from above. Father, we are looking up to you because only you can help us. And now we thank you for those in authority, in every sphere, in every department, in every area. Grant them wisdom and deliver our nation from wicked people in authority. Deliver us from evil men who will sit in places of authority and do evil things. Deliver us from vampires who will drink the blood of the nation and leave nothing behind. Bless our nation with good leaders. And for those that are there now, we thank you that you are helping them, that your grace and your wisdom is given to them to lead us forward into a good and a better situation. We give you thanks for your great wisdom that is now released into this nation. In Jesus' name, amen.
Ghana MONTIE, Ghana MONTIE, Ghana MONTIE, Ghana MONTIE.
Right, I promise on my honor to be faithful and loyal to Ghana, my motherland. I pledge myself to the service of Ghana with all my strength and with all my heart. I promise to hold in high esteem our heritage, won for us through the blood and toil of our forefathers. I pledge myself in all things to uphold and defend the good name of Ghana. So help me God. America for Bekan, so help me God. God bless you. Yamagana phone na kwa be de bandit 100.9 Jumedi friend Ghana MONTIE medi de luxury OSEI AGYEMAN. Prophet Kum Church and Altene Kano, Heaven Gate International, sorry no, Honours of Open Dano. Enya me pa Ochina your holiday, Ochina Ghana, yenya 67 years. Ebe celebrating Independence Day. Enya me pa Ochina. Yebedi we pre manten kofrodia, kedia. It's a Menoka said here, all the routes are leading to Kofodia. It's a Burikwana so dear, a wabe busy pa, if you're not a payako. A Burikwana so be busy pa. What Tradentana Wofua could PMO ye pedias a lot. Now, would the Dima could pay Kitasi Jankama? Now, where do a Buri, I hear as your bossoma say. Now, we'll go to two. We free to and now we'll call free to crack or come and pong. Now we free Mampo, I'll Butachi. But it was a Mampo 50 when I Butachi or and son with a monochrome. A monochrome, not just a West Manfe. Who drew Manfe and half left. That is a wet tears him or Honor Woos and now will call. And that is a Govodia. Who did the Musa bet to Toma? Now, Saquano, na portals where was upon Manana TSA, yes, say Independence Day, na ye bed in it to almost see portals, no. Sana Mate, yeah, dear, so dear. Portals where was Aquino so. What driving a wine, Shiny, I will best say what ties is here. Etienne Yamepa, China Ghana, yenya 67 years, ye decided no go for you. Or China your holiday. And there are more fans who go school, yes, one much African way, and I would the end of my casa. I'm crank for the energy to do. Okay, you're a Ghana man. It's a Ghana for the energy, say, yes, share. ye beshe sa enanse ya no mentade no kura mejanche bepe ya ye de na just ya ye de obi de nsa pamwa obi se na material no so ye ko befrin me found me say material na ye from na kura ye mpam ne ha na nche ebono nse ebe ko peace 104.3 ya de kase ebono de kan bebron ansa na no nse ane bebo no abe fonteta homa ne so wo ho yewo eye edobon krata ne nso ay ready amansanchi ame kwabna mafo nso ay krado mene okaso usimanim an krata no obiebiem all your stories ben na ye beka ye kofa kase bono ba wi a ye be sign dia be fonteta homa ne so abron na ye bo awrade obon krata ne mo e bi anawo no ye bubo so no sabri na wantie na fi ya din chirimu na kasa brani interviews akodo na nado danko Akufo-Addo, His Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana na nado danko Akufo-Addo akasa wakasa dia LGBTQ no ni tia wabomu ni nyina ne sesa wonte dia ne tie na nado say ye nyina yanka akomanto yeyem na dia womu ni say ono dia ye kan human rights pa dia obia nim say na nado ye human rights lawyer wa bin ye pa on kwaso obi betietia ne fa nwedie so LGBTQ nsɛm na president yi kan yo na president mbebie mu a ɔse wanya ne tie sɛ obi de ɛyɛ LGBTQ nsɛm na kwa kopie mu Supreme Court eti Ghana for yɛntwɛn na Supreme Court take decision ni wie a ɔbɛsan anafe wasan na Supreme Court dia da benda Mr. President na anani eneya na Supreme Court eba be take decision na enra meti ana mi say adena mi say sign enya amaso ana okay meso adena me kan sa President zonka zon zan but I say otwen obi di asem na kwa koda in Supreme Court eti Mr. President say otwen ana ilabi anya na obi di ko Supreme Court no but no ye dwen ana me no law no mi nim na ni so nti as I am many so one time Mr. President me pa choncho si enya komatoyem ya nya botreboko Omo bia ntiatia eye obi fan wudie so. Isam no so de obi de akwakoda in Supreme Court. Eti yentwen Supreme Court take decision wi anu asan. Okay, final ministry so ya wo ho akrata bia ba beto abonten. Obia san chance. Final ministry de omo kan say Mr. President say wunim na say wo sign sa eye human rights and family values emreya eye anti-LGBTQ omre wunim na akosan a omane ye beboka sika ye behwere ye $3.1 billion final ministry na ekon womo ahihye bibia pages beye 9 womo se Mr. President se wunim na sa wodo nsa hye emreya se a ye behwere sika $3.1 billion Ase sika no say yenya ebe den so meye bebo ye ho akoma because budget support ni ade e just say wowom enkrata no so ye hu nipa kura ne sa chance yo enu ane se o ma twode aba beto obi ansa chance ade idea na media bia me position e wa no me se masa Ghana for so amani bre eye president so president ade ne sign president the cry say man beton on the table so or say man beton on the table so ade ne da so parliament ho emrano anti-gay anti-LGBTQ emrano president said that so da eye parliament okay said that so parliament say any parliament Send a carpet on the table, so send my toy, say, Wamaya, nya, Yahontias say, or change Supreme Court decision and son or best sign was signed. And I'm saying, what is will be the call? Yanomswan, ye Kaja Gumuno. As a master, Mummy Susun Kajano. I say, ya emotions, or well, ya too emotional. Member boom for me, member boom for me. Now they say LGBTQ and some media walk and one can hear. Was so bad. Yes, you're too emotional. As you're emotional, I said, when you're passing, we are president and sign your money best. Are they? I know so. I said, you want sign your money best. She be. I saw my muno or be a boo of fool. I'm running home. You're too emotional. Ah, Massa, you're quite anymore now. Emre wa Ghana ha ne yesi ni nyina na yasensa ne yedi adwuma yi akoman nkan ye tibie ni o chena yanya 67 years na ese adwen wo ya brabo te sei ebia ne se IMF ka kire se yenim ne kosensan se emre ya yaso be ehye US for ka kire yen wan ka kire ya brabo ntra ekwo ne na ese ye hwe e won titie bia yen fa ma mofra ne yie e wo fie yen nyina egitum but yen te se ye too emotional about it. I don't know what I'm Ana o man penyansa na yanji antuma o man beshiana. Me I don't get it. Man, that is my position. Me makame me de won so kire wa access obi wo divergent view we for LGBTQ one na nipa na ba be dan tamfo bi. Awo ka do obi so kan de me mom de me hu ni sa se o man mu ne ye too emotional about emra we. Etumo me nya abotre na ye chale yenko anim. A president and a crowd also change Supreme Court decision. Supreme Court so there are some kotowa unim emradudu edi answer. Iti mopa yenyi yeni na yenko eni ma na yen no. Ye too emotional ko si sen kra na. O man panye so change Supreme Court decision. Tale yenko eni na yenhwe abrabo no said de no meko. O man na 67 years. What's up, man? 67 years no abrabo to say. Wa wo yo mamu ni. Okay, me that says what you feeding Nadia to her. What do I do in Chebe for 0503721744? 0503721744. Or say to watching us live from Israel, Tel Aviv. And now, yes, Safo Samson Lab, you say good morning, Mark Jerry. I'm watching you live from Turkey, Kenya. Greeting to Safo Ezekiel. And now, Kwamwa said Dr. Baumia is coming. I say good morning, Mark Jerry. A special greeting to Honorable Abdul Wahab Mohammed, parliamentary candidate to Boom Domi Abra constituency. Question one is Samaika say good morning, Mark Jerry. Dr. Baumia is coming, our next president. In regards to Frank Esidu Bequin. Utus Wana K for Subaiden. K for Subaiden, Mia Mekranono. And also I share me all the way live from UK. I hear you, Sandra Mami. Alas and Gonja said good morning, Mark Jerry, watching you live from Kafaba. Is Gonja, greeting to Kafaba Rura. Yaya Seidu Aikman said Nanado will go in the history book of Ghana that he accepted abomination in Ghana. President, why do you use God in your dealings? Meaning, Nanado, you lost your Christian values? Hey, darling. JB Ankra said, good morning, MG. I'm watching you live from Atiko. Greetings to my wife, Letitia, and my family, Sandra, Dorinda, Elvin Ankra. Well, it's your day, so I'm watching you live from New York City. Also, good morning, Mark Jerry. We give glory to the Almighty God for His grace. Greetings to my family at Kwadasuene at Chemafuase. Where then, Farim Diaby. Oh, say good morning, Mark Jerry. God bless the good work that you are doing. My greetings to your team. Shamasheto said, good morning, Mark J. Now we know those who want to sell this nation. Emmanuel Keyamo said, good morning, Mark Jerry. I want you live from La Paz. New Market, may God bless you and your family. My regards to incoming President Dr. Mahmoud Baumia. Okay, Richard Kwao said, good morning, my lovely man. Hope you are doing well. Chal, I'm great. And Kofi Vaifa said, good morning, Mark Jerry. Please, that agenda is not part of our culture. What a shame. Richard Mensa said, Mark Jerry, good morning. Watching you inside, ever dependable. Mohammed, stop, tap, and go. Ayalulu. If for Mark Jerry have won, I bet with my favorite type. Actually, you've won saying, on my opinion, so on Supreme Court decision. On cars on sign to me by chopper. What the woman school fees and no tight. Fabreme. AGYEMAN Justice said, good morning, Jerry. Please, how are you doing? Dominic Danso said, Nanadu and Baomia are the scammers. Oh, how? Palestine Christ said, good morning, Jerry, my mentor. Greetings to my wife, Sandra Adoma Nimakon. It is well. Sandra Adoma Nimakon, I am assembly member and a wife, no. Okay, we am Ponsa Emmanuel said, Jerry, I'm watching you live from Kwabuedi number 1. Please, if it must be done, it must be done well. Nanaya Williams said hypocrisy. Lamtekin said Ghana man and holy months of fasting. Samuel Abobi said Jerry. Let me set the record straight. And this is your callers in Greater Accra. We didn't put our phones down because of the incident happened at the Peace FM. Yo, yate. Elijah Boache said, good morning, Jerry. Watching the show live from Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. Also, keep up the good work. Thank you. Kwaku Boateng said, good morning, boss. Keep up the good work. From Mother Ghana, greetings to my brother Dennis, my woman Cassandra, my very good friend Nanaya Ankra, and Ever Black Beauty, Efua Wisua. God bless them. Sale, we are brutal. Joe Salas said, Jerry, good morning. We thank God for another blessed day. J. Reynolds said, good morning, Jerry. You are live, Athens, Greece. Alfrede Dububu Ashosa Jerry, thank God that I can see, walk, yeah. Okay, question for me, J. I know this government will not sign the bill. AGYEMAN or CMPP will go to the opposition. Okay. Right, you're going to be fine, and some would only be fine to also Hawaii. Media said I'm at peacefmonline.com, citynewsroom.com, myjournline.com, check out Ghana.com, Star FM, GH, I'm a Sancha me Quabrama Fonso, LTM, Kratan, so, Ewa Enche, Quabana, and she'll be Bibium Toho, Yokofaka Sebon Ban. We say away Supreme Court ruling before assenting to anti-gay bill Akufo-Addo. President Nana Akufo-Addo has pledged to weigh the Supreme Court ruling before making a decision on the controversial anti-LGBTQ plus bill recently passed by Parliament. Said the medical boy Maniano. Nana Akufo-Addo said, "Oh, chain, as some will be the Supreme Court into a chain. Supreme Court, the Supreme Court to Bekan, and no, the being in Swan, and son of Bessan was signed. Transport fares set to increase by 30% effective March 7. The Transport Operators Union and Concerned Drivers Association of Ghana have jointly announced a 30% hike in transport fares effective Thursday, March 7th. Nyame adoma ochinechi yedi independence ni wi anadechi ayade a eye ahye womo de ahye di akoniaba wo ye memu no ahye ntuade no mo so mo utu mo ha mo chichemu aduasa na ba ko no mutu munya tu mo ba ko bia mo ye zamo utu mo no. Okay, Finance Ministry fears losing 3.8 billion in World Bank financing if anti-LGBTQ plus bill becomes law. The Finance Ministry is raising concerns about the implications of President Akufo-Addo's potential assent to the recently passed anti-LGBTQ plus bill. Days after the bill was passed, the ministry outlined the negative implications of the document on its expenditure, key government plans, and projects. Finance Ministry says a yenimne yasan say anti-LGBTQ mrana. Abusia omani abahwiri sika 3.8 billion. Ebeme komade. Okay, don't assent to anti-LGBTQ plus bill. Finance Ministry tells Akufo-Addo. The Ministry of Finance has urged the President Akufo-Addo to refrain from signing the recently passed anti-LGBTQ plus bill into law. Abusuan Finance Ministry na nyasa omo se ebehwe sika keke o. Womu yie na omo de to asese o mampani hwe ni yie na bill no wan sign. Omo se o mampani e man sign. Apply ingenuity in ending Boko conflict. Advocacy to Kufuado. The Member of Parliament for Zibila in the Upper East region, Cletus Advocacy, has appealed to the President Kufuado to deploy his ingenuity in resolving the Boko disturbances. Where Mrashebedweni or Warrior Upper East region. Constituency of Ohio friend Zibila, Ura Cletus Advocacy Honorable. Ose Obampenye, Asa, Boko and Sansana Koso Hono. Wo hwe na waka ne yi a hwe na ka ne yi because conflict in yade a di Ghana nyapa mampanyi na munu kran so aka. Government committed to completing all road projects. Asenso Boache, Asenso. Francis Asenso Boache, the Minister for Roads and Highways, has reiterated the government's dedication to the prompt completion of all road projects initiated under the Kufuor's administration despite funding delays. Asenso Boache, or your Minister for Roads and Highways, or say, Abenyi Ediasi de Nuso. Watch say, Aquai Bia, Abino Eye, Nanado, Naben, ye buy, Aquai Bio Muyebiano, Abino de Sin and Nuso, won't be winning, won't be winning, and let us a mobile winning in a few way more. And I answer now, okay. Mobile winning in an say a big. Mobile winning in a few way more because you better about 7 December. Na aben a wie ye to aba hwan na bebo we ya ban foforo eti Asenso Boache de waka no ye de aseda bema peacefmonline.com, citynewsroom.com, myjohnline.com, checkoutghana.com, star fmgh and other relevant news portals o madaroma and na abe fon teta ho mane so yi ye de nsem ahodo e koso ye de bra with news and report
My mamma, peace 104.3 FM Sunday. No sia bonto memini amahodo sunsama yensa kena no pen madaroma yede ebabesumui ensemi dikedi tenti adeshawa santimemuti yanka hello 101.5 enu ekejeti CNN krobia santi kotokon wetufu setu opem so ababio na sase so adum kuma se doctor se kwame despite uskeni nyanseni edamase Montie bi ewo okay 101.7 and neat 100.9 menu abekan kwanta gama nchadaroma enoma bebe ibutuo envidie ni doso fela FM Tamale Rock FM Tadi Dynamite tota kwabosumi FM achimswedro achimansa wachimoda ejegumo the beat seria sanwe so Liberty FM sehiwi so mamwo Asta FM so ewo techiman adishe tiebi o Eagle FM o Cape Coast Sansona Coastal FM ewo mankesim munzom se kwan owenzima FM enzima na beyond ewo enkwanta peacefmonline.com, GhanaToday.com, Hot Digital Radio, London, eho eyo hime krum. Kamera yefi tepa, enonso ye Koko FM. Sabri de moma yenti nsema de bremono, imu achochuru.
Ekubi a womu si womu do NDC amanyoko no ye friends of Atamils. Womu diato National Executives and a Functional Executive Committee. Wo NDC amanyoko no muse womu nhwe na Professor Jena no poko AGYEMAN womu nyentum say running mate Emma Mampenini Dada His Excellency John Dramani Mahama.
Ghana Mampenina Nado Danko Kufado de Atujwa say Omeyo maybe a sebi ye bu nipa de senifa ho de sunti yenhwe ne ntiatia obi fa ho de so.
Emrashebedweni opusiga Honorable Ladi Ayi Ayamba. Oso Mampeni His Excellency Nado Danko Kufado wanya de se boko ntokwa ena etere bia batu mu ntokwa esi ye ne wo kasa no wanka ho asem.
Openia wa ye Mrashebedweni na osa so for her bambo nsem so no nyamfo Dominic Nitiwo e de ato emeburu ni mu say o ma bia ta dia ade ba ko bokwande to ma wa ta man no say emeburu nso behwe se mpuntu ebekoso mabrabum
na yati se South Africa memu akoda bia wonye mfiensia woni fie wayera na Navy no assume so mo behwehwe no yede ho asem ebeba
ye kopiem ewo World Health Organization amane the free gas and paper so ebe ya Dr. Tedros akan hu biem e de asem bia ba betu dwa se enei ono Dr. Tedros ka kire wi ase nyina se emofra ekom ekum e gas and paper ne so
yede asede ma Suzy Herbal Center wo de men capsules aba edura ebo amema yede katika show be membe ma odwunsa be mamu ya wo ya wadro ne sibi women capsules no ema ye fichi kom ne siesie e na sibi soap wo de ye pedicure ema onanse e ya akono eti fa Suzy Herbal Center was 0247111671 Levels Herbal Limited the Levels Natural Capsules aba eti ema ne mema empaso agudie no be ma premature ejaculation de ahodi bi beba ena oba a wo feelings watenka atekono nso nkenya bi ebesi woni padue no 80 Levels Natural Capsules and Levels Herbal Limited dia ba no pedodo atua no afre 0599 056033 midima fo heba e de asemde abrade hye won kran midima fo se wono de Dr. Tamoda so wo ye expert ankasa eba emubuo yare sisi yare kotodwe ema ne mema mo pa wo bie foforo e wo pokwase mayira awodi mpumde papa abrade hye e won kran 80 from midima fo heba was 0244774282 JA Binding Company Limited the Binding Stain Remover and a new Binding 20 disinfectant aba ama hunidi ejina yi enunti terrazzo ne wo floor ne tiles ne swasene no WC ne mo green ne brown no wodi gum we beyin nyina afru ho wan na aye fitaa efom ho so germs and bacteria bitu ase na nkwada na nyakokoduro etimi adi agro Freje A Binding Company Limited or the Binding Stain Remover and a new Binding 20 disinfectant no abano ewo 0243104883 wonu munso a eye special eyes natural mineral water budunso upe baby do sika tunso a eye Best Point Savings and Loans
adesha motie ne ewa kankase bonu bi eme nana ahu fidua ode hye kronkron achenkwa na minum bremu wodi ankan kwa meyebo a enafe
akosia ago abowaje
afi nsem nkyiremu eni asema eda paso o memu ha de sebin predo asema dawroma eyemu nyina animsem Ghana mrahye bedwafo kotoro ase toto adwen hu se ehu be nya pase e be hyemra na sebi nipa bi mo bom tirim posom de asase so mbai so ye bema na yonko bema na ne ho akono ma nti ono be wa no so ye oba nso a na yonko ba na ne ho akono ma nti obe wa no obi nso de sanyuma nyina onye bi na emom no so obi ya na obo hu dawro ejije ho se koso anayo na owo fa ho de nti ye obi ntimi se ukwan ana Ghana mrahye bedwafo kan ase toto adwen no oma ye mra watu din se bill edi akom mrahye bedwafo ma gya tum so mampan fa nsan chase na efiti na kwei etia mra se bema ne obema beda oba ne oba nso beda obi obeba hu dawro agye won tre hanso no emra ju pa chi se kabo danto asen ma asem beda adwa no akwa kodu se omampani na nado danko akufo ado odimirika tente de nsa be hyase enso mpanifo se odimirika tente bu asemeto na bia bakwa kobudichi na ankoyi amfema omampani enra woni empanifo atwotwo wuro eye ama hodo so mpanifo no memu mpanifo akwa kwehia e opediase lodja ewo enkran eye epuemantem pediase na omukoe no ensema muka nyina nie ensema muka nyina ne sen omampani se Ghana yo man bia no kwani efiti tentrete ene ade ani de ni obuo ama ye ho ititiriw ene o man na adehye enti enkonkoba se sabri ene ye bewe se obi fa ahodie ye betieti aso na emom no ene die ni obuo ayede ma ye ho na obi atimi nya kwan ye de ope na entia Ghana mra no obewe se enu betintim na ewumu papa se mprempren na se bedwafo age sa ma na to mo hwe kwan so no mampani ene ne nsa be hyase nanso oye pani e wodi mra so no obu Ghana mra nti no wanya ne ntie se Ghana de hye bi atima kruche sa nsem agun krata so akwoto Supreme Court say science say amra se bedwafo ye no omabumra ana omatia mra to Supreme Court hwe no nkasa asem no omampani na nado danko akufo ado say o kama Ghana fo nyina tintiti ne diplomat na ono mu hia e wo peduase lodge na te say eza say asem na kopiem wo Ghana eye court ba tai so kronche court bia e wo memu nti obehwe se court no bebu asem na wie ansa no atuwa na mo so de nsa be hyase so mfa nsa enhyase owe no sada de sede to diplomat ni nyina anim say tesi Ghana so afọ hwe amahodo ne Ghana nketadi ensem so onyanfo hyeli ayokobotwe o gyina se da chibi no o pese yi no be general secretary and as a secretary general elder commonwealth mpanimfoɔ no ano saa abatoɔ bɛba so na ɛbɛba so October boso nim into was repa so mo kɔsimpie so mo kɔto aba awon ntu ne boom ɛmfa ɛma hyɛle ayɔkɔ botwe owie no wasade to aso bi sɛ ampa ɔno kokromoti so na ɛnam ɛma na no bi 2016 yakɔto aba Ghana ha ɔma ɔmampani dada John Dramani Mahama so ɛfɔm kum ɛkaade kɔdo almost 1 million vote ɛna bi ti ɔmampani ano ɔtɛ konya kɛseɛ so kyɛsɛ Ghana fo nya ne mugidie pa enti wɔse afie wei nso mfie nwɔtwe a Ghana fo de ma no kakrakra wɔde ba na wieye no wɔhyɛ Ghana fo ne ɛyɛ mpanifo no mu hyɛ nyinaa bɔ sɛ na ban ɛne ɔno ankasa bɛhwɛ sɛ aba a yɛbɛto no bosome December ne de ɛtɔ so no emu bɛda wo fan entiaseɛ bɛbam nkontiba ne ɛtɔ bi amam na Ghana fo na tima kyerɛ asomasia na so ɔbɛnten a wɔmɛ mo mampani mfie mpimbinu ne adununum yɛntie sɛ de yɛ mampani ɛka ne nsɛm.
I'm aware that last week's bipartisan passage by Parliament of the Proper Human Sexual Rights and Ghanaian Family Values Bill on a private member's motion has raised considerable anxieties in certain quarters of the diplomatic community and among some friends of Ghana, as she may be turning her back on her hitherto enviable, long-standing record on human rights observance and attachment to the rule of law. I want to assure you that no such backsliding will be contemplated or occasioned. I think it will serve little purpose to go at this stage into the details of the origin of this proposed law, which is yet to reach my desk. But suffice it to say that I have learned that today a challenge has been mounted in the Supreme Court by a concerned citizen to the constitutionality of the proposed legislation. In the circumstances, it would be as well for all of us to hold our hands and await the decision of the court before any action is taken. The operation of the institutions of the Ghanaian state will determine the future trajectory of the rule of law and human rights compliance in our country.
Ghana His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo.
Yet also a ekobi a womudo NDC amanyoko no ye friend no Friends of Atamils womudia to national executives and a functional executive committee ewo NDC amanyoko no mpanifo kuku da mumsi gina ye senya me adoma ya wada eye bosumi miense ni de toso enso no wo munhwese Professor Jina na Opoku Agyeman a former President John Dramani Mahama eyi ne se wonno ene mele running mefis wonno ne etu franka e diama party no wo munyini ntum prekope eko a ye friend Friends of Atamils is wo mutiti nsɛm bi wɔ mframam na de ɔmo tete ne enyi ɔmo de sɛ NDC mpanifo bi ɔmo ka national executives no ho no wɔmo empɛsɛ Professor Jina na Opoku Agyeman ɛna bɛyɛ abedi akyire de ama ɔmo nti ɔmo bɛso ɔmo kutia a ya wada ɔmo bɛbɔ ato ogu na nunti na ɔmo di kan bɔ ɔmo kokɔsɛ wɔmo nya hwɛ yɛ fi sɛ maame no wɔmo ne ɔne Professor Mills ɛna yɛ Professor Jina na Opoku Agyeman ɛna face Friends of Atamils no wɔmo wɔ gidie sɛ grassroots no wɔmo nim prof papa eti wɔmo ne maame nti no adenti na winning team wo na koyi ato atwene na wodi bibi foforo aba omo chem se maame no experience ankasa eti His Excellency John Dramani Mahama efa no ka ho a NDC ebedi nkonim
CIA Professor John na Opoku Agyeman ebo mpa ya se rade se kajomama emfa no ko na atipanyifo nso mu na omo san emfa no mra emfa no ko afia batui enya ntie se ɛda ya wada no mbehia no nipa bi be reject John Dramani Mahama nominee ntie de tu bi ani nse nyina nka ye homo John Dramani Mahama nominee Professor Jina no Opoku Agyeman no yenyim ntum ne nye adwuma this time you be deliver Central Region ama NDC we known e wo Ghana or representing women empowerment so ye ka oba o ye oba adwuma din fo a what is ye nua no ma no kokwa so kofa ne ma de ba anadwo mo na ne so pepepe it was a hard working woman wa e Papa John Dramani Mahama I'm going to deliver certain regions ama NDC and you are going 2024 about
na eni ayeti ye acting national coordinator e de meko e fene Gabriel Aga na Gabriel Santo aso se o de to owura kwaku anyi do reverend se wonya hweyi papa se de wasidi na ni NDC ena John Dramani Mahama His Excellency omo mpesa ade no kura omo mpesa ye beto abai obegu NDC animu ase
ye ne kwaku anyi do nsima wo keka any choir person or the NDC party in Faso, yeah, catch and answer, aye, Sabi, why yam is so be who say a time. Professionals, the penny any John Dramani Mahama. In I and ma, ain't he be any word of professionals, as a sort time John Dramani Mahama. Only didn't buy any one bone chido ma be power. Be a vice president and be president. It's a so why you be a jack. onyai so beba omra nye adwuma onye adwuma nso so a ene wo so wo yasofodie woni no sofo ne yentase ne nye manyosem na NDC nwene power ne ma me rescue Ghana from fra ko kira ye kobi
we afutuo we free acting national coordinator Eddie Meko friend Friends of Atamils woman ne kasa ya Henry Akwesi Minka etintim ede besomye
ene ba for Asamoah Prince ezwe tintim bi dia ba betu ya bobo no aye boom ama mansa ate ni nyina ne se so afọ hwe bambo nsem so memu no nyamfo Dominic wu ene ode de se de to aban ahodo e wa bi memu nyina anim se no kwere nyame anim ni empanifo se de ni die sere ne ye de ma no ne wiase nso omu ani ti bebreba o ma ponche ache obu ho no oba bedi mampani ana obeya aban na ban bra so se so woko no otutu obu ye me nkone me pese me fa kunta sesa transo bim na mebru no gitwi ne de ayam so o say ebibimemu mabunu ne a omutiem nyina ne se omupe adwuma ye omupe amamu papa omupe se de tumi hwe obi nsa so woni mampene se mfie na mfienum eso a odi tumi ne beto na omanfo na che de o sabedi ni so opani de assemble etuja Kofi Annan Peace and Security Forum a ekoso e won krakropon mu eno that is said here e to mabunu nyina nso ne mi se ewiase se emabunu timi gitum se ebima be yi na bimamu panifo nso se de omudi ade no de hihye pa gu akwam ehwe se de be mpuntu beba na maburu nya adwuma ya asumdwa ye pa maburu efensen ebibrem ha no ye benya amena busukura na ekokoba se sa asumdwe na ye pe no ya ma enwuma ne mpuntu ankoso a maburu ne jehane oseme ko Canada oseme mefa Libya asra so mi ukura nya hwe jata nchemenwe mpesa me ko Spain abrochimem na metabibrem ha me ne me yire ne me ma ye bidikom sa kasa no emwa sa na montoro so emwa ose ade ba ko a eka obi mabunu timi tufi omo mamu abibimem a ni wani cha manfo ama so kope yedie ene se otwa ne hwe benkum ni fa no wonya adwuma nye na asumdwe ni ho onya kataba na adokura manfo a wontra ho so wonya ni nkunu no opepa bi di nani akire se okwakope baabi a sebe ne nsa beko na no te wosre abibiman panifo na bibima di hie nyina se wonso woni nipa yanso abibimam ne yenhwe se mpuntu ne nyuma bebuso na mabunu anya biaye sei ene ononyamfo Dominic wu ordinary cemetery state Balfour Prince enim.
Good governance across Africa would ensure rapid development, which ultimately will lead to increased development and jobs for the youth, thereby reducing migration. Africa has everything from its people, warm people, useful generation, lack of good governance, causing our young people to migrate, to become slaves, and to be treated as second citizens in many countries. I urge regional, continental, and global institutions to redouble their efforts in developing and supporting strategic initiatives to minimize challenges. Capacities of African states to address the phenomenon of migration and related challenges will be dependent on establishing good governance that are effective, responsive, and that seek to reduce poverty and unemployment, who are serving as domestic workers.
And what you know to Gabium say, says here nipa wo abibrem ha esode wo man bag so away was me na mesen me kokope bibia bedi eto da bia na be de nenam o se ade ba company fu bet my ade si anon kwan se ye behwe se ohia kataban ibetu ase ye behwe se emabunu beye adwumaye se wonya bibidi nya be ode ni tibetu no wa adwuma wo ya ne kon no bebri so we free ni mem ede ne wakoye akoa e wo bi man so.
Capacities of African states to address the phenomenon of migration and related challenges will be dependent on establishing good governance structures that are effective, responsive, and that seek to reduce poverty and unemployment, especially among the young people. At the same time, robust structures that can mitigate the effects of climate change, drought, and flooding should be given utmost attention as a way of building resilient communities and states. While we continue to engage in robust discussions on the key issues highlighted, I would also like to encourage practitioners and decision makers like myself and all others find the means to implement these key recommendations.
Any amuti ni brofo kama yin evi no nyamfo Dominic Nitiwo.
Yo. Emna shebedwani o pusiga ya honorable Ladi Ayi Ayamba. Wasiwa mampeni His Excellency na nado dankwa kufada nano the State of the Nation's Address. Ghana bobre di ekosube tu dwa bebia yedru no. Enema bebre ha wanka ho asem mumienu no de ha no. ebra ye to aba na abusuafo bi ho ma de hye efiri mu na bokon sensem ne ntokwa no mampanyi na nka ho asem wase ebi te se ayawa so wogon eye west wogon ho na tachiman yenim se sakasaka esi ho nipa bi efiri mu mampanyi amoso ebi nso prepare mampanyi amoso bokon ntokwa mampanyi amoso eti bibi se ne se wotia na aya asefemsem
8 persons up to now we haven't heard anything. Nobody is saying anything about it. It's so sad, so disheartening. What is the encouragement here that we give to people who actually would wish to go and vote or would go to witness what is happening after voting? 8 people have been killed, no question, nothing has been said. No message to the parents. His Excellency came, spoke, and never said anything about these killings. Mr. Speaker, I was war. We were all here, we saw what happened. Up until now, we can only be listening to the sound of mosquitoes that would have prevented people from dressing properly and going there to kill people. We saw all that. Mr. Speaker, our own colleague, J.B. Dangwa, we were here together when we heard of his killing. We woke up to that news and we were all so sad. It's not about politics. Until now, up till date, Mr. Speaker, there is no message, nothing.
Na obewie ye honorable Ladi Ayi Yamba obewie no se ade ba konso a ama ne se afem e sanitary parts taxes na da so na epese yi firi so no eno so mampanyi anka na se sanitary parts agodo ne boa ye den e ba sanso na de wo haw ebre ema.
We are not talking about tax reduction or what. They should just remove it completely. A girl of 10 years has to use sanitary pads. And you say you are moving taxes from local ones or those imported. Whichever way you are doing it, no, we don't want the tax on it at all. We don't want the tax on it. These are girls. Most of them are not like those that you see in places that you think that they can afford money to buy. And coming just from a program, the tax officer who presented made us understand that even after all those taxes, you will be buying one box of sanitary pads, just a small pack of sanitary pads, the cheapest, 20 Ghana cedis. Where is that person at Juaru going to get that 20 cedis? And then buy that. Mr. Speaker, we haven't heard anything about Kayaye. The Kayaye issue is Yamutu. Kayaye, Yamutu, Ba Magana.
Eni ayeti ye pusigam na shebedwani honorable Ladi Ayi Ayamba one kasa ya William Gentu na Emmanuel Akole ede ebesom ye kase boy wutie free peace 104.3 FM so ya humeswaba.
How heavy.
And more than him, drink a banana after the last week.
Novus coconut milk drink. What's a stevia? And how would the baby to a mudawai? I'll frame you man.
Novus coconut milk drink. I'm being country. Hey, yeah, Neso, but yeah, and more than him. When I was Shahono, can you resist Novus coconut milk drink? Oh, I can't.
Yeah, how many John? Novus drink no flavors ni na so no mo coconut chunks edi dem eti egu ani mo e ye feeling eno enama ne ye crashing no.
Novus, our different flavors. Original flavor, melon, banana, pineapple, and a mango. Oh, come on.
Novus range of drinks in a kama. Novus coconut milk drink. Menuma, na me hwa sepeme.
Na when we pedudua, ubenyebiwe. Ube friend Novus Industries and Trading Limited. 0533 733 028. FDA, Ajejodi Nkratoyatum.
So wakoma ho hyehyɛ wo ana ebo periperi de broni kan hardware no a ɛde na sɛ wo ye na sɛ wo yam so atim so
wo be packing a farmer Martin's liver salt tetira kwai entem ehwie nsu agu glass mo ate Martin's liver salt no ba ko no na wo de agum
wo be hu sɛ ehuru wa glass ni mu na wanom Martin's liver salt ye won orange flavor ana ba ko so ye plain
wonu mu a ho beto na mum edi na anu na ho nto wo a ko hu doctor.
Herbal and Alternative Medical Hospital Bena Black History and the War America, China, Africa, ne Ghana and Penifua Bonabaso say, or say a real man for Tiapopa.
Amin Scientific Hospital. I had a sabia, or one Fidian was so, Yawudasua, and Fidian Chiro Yadi, and Noa Sanso Sao Yadi.
Amin, expert or Kwan Croyaria, one run when nam. na wa doctor for ni nurse for so what ma
Amen Scientific at the herbal, homeopathy, naturopathy, and reflexology nyina. Esayade.
Sa wona wo pe. Ana yare ne te same pa. Nyame adumunti. Yare expert. Amen Scientific ebeboa ma inshallah wo to. Na wonso di adanse se de Ghana for ni abrochirefo bi di adanse no.
Accra, Amen Scientific ewo dome, Obersnet Flats, and Alashibinso, our Klagon, Eben Shaman Road, Underbridge Ope.
Our Krabata P. Fre, non sure dear Ben 0245 275254. Anna 020 722 9505. Amen Scientific Herbal and Alternative Medical Hospital.
Allow Shafi, Nyamene Yaresafo.
The Abuka Freddy's Corner Home Appliances or the Abba Freddy's Corner Home Appliances Center. Home appliances are a year papa dia, a biwo home, Bransbane, Media, Samsung, Carwell, TCL, TV, air conditioner, freezers, fridges, water dispensers, and media kekeka home. We are opening good warranty dear. Of Freddy's Corner Home Appliances Ukokumimli.
CCTV a Buama monitor of properties, new business at anywhere in the world.
CCTV and need a home. A detector, clear pictures, Wi-Fi connector. What's me connect my phone? I monitor baby a woo yasibia.
Freddy's Corner Home Appliances are Becca Freddy's Corner a Joshua Hodua or Tom phones and they have more accessories.
For 0544 959195 and 020 7937323 and now so Bako Komemle City Light in Chehwa. Now you can't discount any at Chadia.
Freddy's Corner.
Home of authentic home appliances, phones, and its accessories.
Tune it in, turn it up,
Peace FM,
and rip off the knobs.
We Alishmama Yamamo Akwaba Africa Sebono Yebunukum Ewa Manfo Manso. Ghana had the Senka Melku Methodiso na Pentecost Vosia, Umitichia. Emma Yasmo, Suma Merade, Nansone, Dr. Jebre Jesus Tedros. I want to know World Health Organization, Penny Paul Dano, Mecha Dr. Tedros. Or the assembly to draw our gas and papreso. Nasma working Nasa and nay, Ayara Hosem, our gas and papreso, Udona Chanquada, and Kuanamuya de ye wame come, a come the queen. I just say, Ayara Hosem papa. Kaini say Babru, Yesu Christo Grakai, set Mamma Mufano Quanomra Menche, now we must send also Emmanuel Mudia. In this compo besifia, Kiere Emenquada, a common quum, and Jose and Toko Chinchi, I echo so a gas and paperesuntino, and Moframa Akuma could do, and a year Dr. Tedros, Edaber to say, Omawu, ya, and yet to be Nacom and now Quintibabu, Dipidia Dengium, Nemomono, Ayacom. Or soon Quadani been so and Cranius or your bad time, or Yambe show. Nanu kwesiada ozuo nkwada nanu kwesede twemu o si every day chese anye bia kwan eba bedadwa se enkwada ekoma riom na eyikohweko ayom no mutimi atropetrope no ba edunum 15 ana nanu kwesiada nso ebeda adwa se ekomunti enkwada yewu ene ze ndi nso osi nipedu na ewu o si sadia ekoso yo how kese pa me wiase sense wiase asibetime tim na ase etime tra yempanufo yebewu akọ na enkwara ba besi enemu na enkwara achase etropiwu o gaza papreso na ewiase mpanufo anfa anya asamodia anhwa na yase na ebehie Dr. Tedros amane free Gaza empapreso no
na South Africa arahusem bi asia kwada ebe fene Joycelyn Smith wonye mfiensia ne maame de ne ma ne boyfriend se wonhwe ne ma no wokọ aba ne boyfriend so ne wo ha wo hu baabi akwada ne fa ya akwada na yira be na wotwemienu ne yehu akwada na kira kwan na ama navy officers wo mo de wo ho agim a wo Cape Town ho nyina wo ne nam afa nkraman aka ho hwehwe akwada wo so wo ho atade bi ase na mogya wo mu eno wo kwakoye test ahwese de nsitie wo mo kyerem se South Africa nkwada tai yira pa ba to mo yira ya ehu wo mu acha adonhwere kakra bi ne ehu wo mu nti saa Joycelyn ya wa yira ache no ama abo oman ni hu papa enti ne maame de atudwa se wo gidie se akoda na ebehu no wo ni daso omo de sika to so se $5,200 aye 100,000 rand no South Africa fo sika no obi obehu akoda ne ho asem bia no na wo de aba social media nkrofo de akoda info nyina toto ho ye hwehwe no emrante bi nso akomo ho abom wo dem na o ma bebom ye hwehwe wo dem obi ani abre a ye hwehwe nti mpaebo nkrofo bo ne se ye behu akoda na wote ase onte ase mpo a ye behu ne nipadua
we agudie bu nsam kakra de wo no se Ghana Premier League no say ena no aball bo nsam ekoye Samates ebo modern etinafie ema Nations FC Canada mo ekotwa meka ba ko bill ekumi omo ntimi ante Red Tamale United etinafie bofakwa ene de ko jam so esu a eyi pebre eka no obi ahye ba ko ene de Isaac Opokumu pe no wo mbebo bi European Champions League Bayern Munich Samuel Sekufo team awbo agimu din agimu cup awodo nyina omni Lazio ene de bebo so Real Sociedad so ene PSG ene bebo so se okina nyame ado na se Yesu Maya Man City ene FC Copenhagen ene ombeti gan na esi wo ho Real Madrid enso ene Leipzig ene edebe yem ewo eho yen support Real Madrid we ball eho ensem kakra yedi jamo
Akusia ago abowaje mene
odeshe kronkron udi ayenkan kwame yeboa
adenensu wade ase ori afi udi
achenkwana na menumbre mu
ana seminim se wo yim e ba se ori afi udi
nyemani na mendetialo
be ma ho fe why emre boga emre UK boga
bitimi bi
Prince Charles deshi
uwani mo hare
na da for me we say class King Charles this year
me ofa
and why mobosi say first no a prince
onu kra wonti
odi ensam e de ba de makotiri bi ene say ekuo bi a omodo NDC amanyeko ne friends of Atamils almost say Professor Jena no poko agyeman ene omope
chancellor na nadu danko akufa do Ghana mampani dia todwa say omonto mobo the Supreme Court ebeka asem
yedi asede masiuzi herbal center CBMN capsules edra wonomu ema eboawo ema bibia ekoyie enti bemen na yede katika show bema obema ni muchin wodun so na ye wo ya wadura ni CBMN capsules CB women capsules no de oba wa fichi kom sisi yare esiesie wankasa ema obayo no edi mubusumi bia CB soap na ema ne mema nyina dia yede ye pedicure ofa bo kakra na de samina ni twisu na de twiu na ase agya wo na ase ya akono eti Fresiuzi Herbal Center ewo 024 7111671 024 7111671 Levels Herbal Limited at the Levels Natural Capsules aba bema bia ye premature ejaculation why emre wo mpem wa gudie wa utim so wani monyam nyina akọ ama sese kura wo confidence level nyina akọ fisa wo kọ esie ne na ase wo yam kura hyehye sa wonu Levels Natural Capsules e din kanya bi beba ne paduam na wabo adwuma oba wo feelings eni ho ukunu so mu aseti medua wonte hwe wonso de beboa wo eye Levels Natural Capsules enroi sa wo pedudu atu anu wakọ Repash Ventures wo kanhyi Colina Keba e wo kanhyi for Levels e wo 0599 056033 0599 056033 na monko different level medima for herba dia sem dabra de hyiam won kran medima for herba say Dr. Tam Odaso was waba enkran efise wo begemo yare bi ti se stroke mobuo yare sisi yare kotodwe ema ne mema mopa wo a etere bia mote pentin kwama difo atrofo gi musika di momra medima for herba sisi ya na mobenya nkwa poko ase mayira enewo enti frɛ no ɛwɔ 0244774282 ɛyɛ 0244774282 JA Binding Company Limited the binding stain remover and a new binding 20 disinfectant aba ama hunidie edimu enunti WC emu asene emu aye brown green akotobi bra bamu a wodi gumu a ebeyi ani wan na aye fitaa eno achi e form hono wodi new binding 20 disinfectant no germs and bacteria na etu ase etutumi sampa ugina wona so ankasa wo pe gala wo pe nketu akese ni nyina bi wo ho manfo etu aguso eti mouse ahodo no kɔ na emom frɛ 0541 808096 0541 808096 na wodam wonum nso a ɛyɛ special eyes natural mineral water abudunso sa wo pe baby do sika to nso a ɛyɛ best point savings loans bank papa a wo pe busia wo do salary fa ho anema nyina ebekoyie yadam nyina ase
Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie
Ghana Montie Ghana Montie na mansanya so adawuro kofia man homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM.
Hey, catch it. Listen in here. And you ma beto to dia me baba no hwade no. Hwem so betumi a. Hey, asew. Hey, now beka. Ya John to mami and duku portmanteau. This way chocolate drink. Na kan wo hwe afibian so beri ni waware ni a. This way chocolate drink. Na kan sia. Oh, asew. We dan kwanu tumu ho. Me be mo anu nso hye kura dia ka ho. Wo hwade e wapi ho. O ka se batete e da fom ho.
This way chocolate drink.
Catch up e baba ware.
Asew.
Ye fi say this way chocolate drink. Ya sorry anopa no ne yenom ye bi hye fridge nom no se snack ye nya hoho a no ne de serve wo mo ye didi wie ne ye pe bibia bogu ya de so a this way chocolate drink ne yenom and this way no ti ano a he se kire wom kokko wom brick wom bibia wom ade wo hia ne so hye
this way chocolate drink
de wo hia ani so hye
FDA ahwehwe se adwede nkratoe mu agye atum se eye
What's cool, fresh and trendy with a new look? Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you flow. Anytime, anywhere. Specialized feel different. Always think specialized. Special ice, natural mineral water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Ghana MONTIE. Ghana MONTIE. Ghana MONTIE. Ghana MONTIE.
Ghana MONTIE. Ghana MONTIE. Na mansanya so adawuro kofia man homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM.
This year alone will be like 600 million. As far as ministry is concerned, that the bill you and your members have passed in Parliament today, last week, is going to affect the economy. And so the president should not sign it into law. What is your reaction?
My brother, this morning I'm very sad. Very sad because the statement is purported to be coming from somebody I believe is a very, very religious person. And so for him to sacrifice his religion more or less to talk about the economy makes me very sad. I know Honorable Alhaji Amin Muhammad Anta to be a very pious Muslim. I know him to have visited Mecca several times, all in the worship of Allah. And so if there's a very important moral issue such as the LGBTQ that we're talking about, I don't expect him to go this direction. All he's saying is that money is better than our religion, more or less, because our religion, and he's a very learned person. He's highly learned in the Quran. And so I want to justify this from the religious point of view, rather than talking about the economy. In any case, what are we talking about? Do we know the harm that this will cause this society even in terms of monetary value. And so his concern is that because he has become a minister of finance, he should sacrifice all the ills, all the things that are going to happen if this thing is allowed to go on in this our country. I'm a very sad person today, a very worried person today. I don't want to believe that he signed this document to the president.
He's the Minister for Finance, and he's concerned about the gap.
He should be concerned about the moral
economy.
He should be concerned about the moral decay of this country. He should be concerned about the impact, the negative impact that LGBTQ will bring to bear on us if we allow it to go on. He should be concerned about the children yet unborn and their future. He should be concerned about his children and not talk about it's because of mismanagement. If not, we should have been self-sufficient in terms of managing our economy. And so we should be looking at it rather than talking about what people do to us. We can say it on authority that we have received so many foreign aids since independence up to date. Tell us, what has that benefited us? Don't also forget that there are countries within West Africa and within Africa that have passed this law, but they are surviving. Take Uganda, for instance. So what are we talking about? If you cannot manage, say you cannot manage. And we know that is a plan. And the plan is that the president, even if it is pushed to sign the bill, they will organize or plan with the judiciary, go to court, and there it will be thrown out. We are aware of all these things. And so we are calling on all morally upright people in this country to stand up.
It's an insult to the good people of this country to say that Ghana, as a sovereign country, as a sovereign independent country, must subsume the rights, interests, and aspirations of people to the altar of the interests and beliefs and values of external bodies like the IMF, World Bank, and WHO. So the interest of the World Bank, IMF, is more than that of Ghanaians.
It's a tragedy. It's very disappointing that the finance ministry, headed by a minister a while ago who spoke highly about the pride of our country, all of a sudden will be taking this position.
Alhaji ABF Husseini is also calling
issues that members of parliament, led by my good self, raised ought to be tested by the Supreme Court of the law of the land. I mean, we are a growing democracy. This is not an emotional journey. This is about laws that have to do with the rights of citizens. So the test here is whether or not a sexual right, which is in itself being brought to question, should lead to a criminal penalty. In other words, if as a nation we say that our value systems do not support a man-to-man relationship, woman-to-woman relationship, are we also saying that the means of reforming people with that orientation is to incarcerate them? How does this position stand in accord with the Constitution? Also, the issues of advocacy, saying that a media house cannot take certain steps. How do we juxtapose that within the context of the Constitution? All these are matters that I believe that if they are tested in our Supreme Court, is going to help us to bring this matter to a good rest. For me, like I've always said, it is good to legislate
against same-sex relationship. It's good to legislate and even criminalize those who will entice underage, young boys who are not of age, adults who try to engage in pedophilia. Those ones, yes, because a child below 18 does not have the necessary means to take a decision. It's not an adult enough per our laws. So you cannot entice such a person. That for that one, we agree. But if you say that when somebody is in that situation and the person must suffer a jail term, I think that there's a problem. And the Catholic Church, a couple of days back, came out strongly to make a passionate appeal on that matter. I believe that we would have to test the law on it and see. In any event, as a country, tolerance is part of our value system. Tolerance is part of our value system. So either way, we must find a middle ground. Ultra-conservatism can alone not be the way to reform a society, transform a society, and help grow a society. Our judiciary has a new sentencing regime, which sentencing regime talks about non-custodial sentencing as a form of reform, as a form of correction. And we know that the conditions in our prisons do not help in achieving that object of transforming, that object of correcting, that object of reforming people with such behavioral traits. So we have to proceed with some caution and again urge a strong view in testing the law at the Supreme Court so that we know where we are moving to as a state. Perhaps a journalist can give it a try. Presidency regarding some seeming pressure on the presidency regarding the LGBT law Parliament passed. Well, the process is that when the bill is passed in Parliament, it has to be first compiled by the drafting department of Parliament. So you know that the bill went through several amendments. It has to be tidied up. And then thereafter, the clerk would have to authenticate it. And after the authentication, the speaker would have to certify. It's when all these are done that the bill is forwarded to the president for his assent. As we speak, as a leader of the House, I can say on good authority that we've not completed the process. So the public needs to know this so that a certain impression is not created out there that Parliament has transmitted the bill to the presidency and all. Nothing has moved to the presidency. In fact, Mr. Speaker is yet to receive the authenticated bill. The clerk to Parliament himself has not yet seen it. The drafting department is still compiling. I have been chasing it myself, and they say it requires some time because a lot of changes were done. And as a leader of the House, I don't have the draft bill, the compiled draft bill. So I just wanted to put this thing in proper perspective for our guidance. When all is done, I believe that you'll be informed. But I repeat that the drafting department of Parliament is still in the process of compiling the bill. And if I say they are compiling the bill, I'm basically saying that they are putting together all the amendments, seeing to it that the I's are dotted, the commas are there, the legal language is properly put in, for us to know that indeed this is the state of the bill. The sponsors would have to look at the final draft and all. As we speak, the sponsors have not seen the final draft. And it is upon the perusal of these that the clerk to parliament would be required to then authenticate. After his authentication, he forwards it to Mr. Speaker to certify. So we've not even completed the first leg of compilation. So nobody should sit somewhere counting days. The reckoning of time would only be triggered upon receipt by Mr. President.
Jama kwa ba de bagana montie so need 100.9. And na ye benada and na date no a feed match. And ya me pochina ye seed match na Uganda yanya 67 years. It's Ochina holiday, Ochina Independence Day. Independence Day celebration ebe koso okofoidia. Aye apuye mantem. And near Beboma winning fa a year anti LGBTQ Emrano. Would you kind a year honorable Abi of Fuseni? What a year other a year minority MPs, including Zuini. Honorable. One more so one more and Rasa statement in a free finance ministry or by no. Now at the important a womb, MJ Yabek and come out because they're also a year 4 pages. 4 pages in a crown of back your cover. And now me answer. Finance ministry for the more can say bet to me. O man penny a man and sign. Now why did this statement he buy? Obia San Shasia. It is Obia San Shasia na a few finance ministry aba. Now finance ministry formed by Mekashi, dear Yabeka's a minister when we are responsible for it. When you are the best of Kong. Ura mean Adam, the finance minister. It is statement no cost over from ye dia show kum. Say yo, ukomu ne dia hye nti e ho ne ye ba be drag if. Amodi ade ba mo obi ansan na mo de ba beto. Ana mo refi. Sadi amoka no monka bone o. Mo so ma kire madwen. Enya bone monka bone. De asa go bi san ne ehuni Paul san. Ya samo. Okay, on my penny so there or say Bell no a mameto on the desk so it's titi a yeah ka say fourth article 106 of the 1992 constitution if I'm right. Said the cano. Ora fanyo marking and so wa confirm. Say Bill no woman transmitting call man penny ho. But say be call man penny ho say enko president ababeka kire ye say nipa bi di asem ne call Supreme Court o. Iti ono de obetwen Supreme Court decision answer. But when him over finance ministry statement and so wo recommendation wo mo kan wo and am say me kan the amount. Wo mo kan wo so man penny be ya enkrofo bi di akọ Supreme Court CSOs and stretch etina ko man penny twentwen so answer. O man penny so eka se mu no o so obetwen nipa bi di akọ Supreme Court. Ete damenda Supreme Court ya na and then it's ya wo mo make determination ana. But I no pay the American say mo man fa emotions say attach say dey we. Obia e wo na dwen kire e wo ho obia dwen kire ne kire so obi nkowu. But it seems you raise emotions no too much. And it one more pass bill ni wie ya akwa na ye hwe anim say better so man pani asan na say no dey sam mum na say ye hwe. Because ye nim bills bi o ha wo mo e pass ye na sada na akwa na ya tezu wo man pani asan. Ye nim kura ye nim ye e-levy. It ane dey sa na say ba. It obi dwen sa nipa no so ntin. Nipa no dwen sa ontin. But in Chiremu penny for them and say one more years and changes be by. And so munya daji and yabotre na one change such changes in one effect into the the final law na final bill no. No man penny consign than a law. It's that just a munsemono and no. But when you attach two emotions to it, no man be your hand, one shall win your hunty as here. So one shall win your hunty as here. Ain't it finance ministry statement about young Graham? We shouldn't attach it with emotion because their finance ministry cannot say, I'm passing woman, Ekadia, woman carbonate, yeah, no crana, young can your emotions as them. Because it's here yet in a way. Say, yeah, external supporter. Can we leave? If we can, fine. If we can't, then we have to be careful. If we can, fine. Ya bra boni eboni saying, no, you're no many in na say, see, ano, say, no many in ano. Ye bet ma dani and ni precope, say, ya bedi ya home. Ye, you be a moana. It's in eka home. We shouldn't attach motions. Ye boko na yakenkan statement no. No be a chire na dwen. We chire ne de na we a chire ne de na we a chire ne de. Na enya atem didi enye motions. Na just say ye kwa enim. Okay. Ye be share ye enwama kwamna maje.
Abraham ejo so. Na ohun te se.
Nyame ado moko na so e.
Na o ka sama. Ka wa sama na me a wo ni hwema ni.
Oh, sir. Baby Jordan.
My journey.
Me try when you come back. Oh, challenge I'm not. I'm not doing boko. I'm not doing chalo be any.
And one
kakra.
Ho to mu a. Na ye nso.
Se ho ato.
To me koba. Sa so mo fie enjoy ya o krama ni.
O krama ni tabre.
My journey wa dahoroma.
Yeah.
Yamfa emotions nkwampo na de be kan we yo.
we will fight with our blood. I'm telling you. And yet, emotion dear well lower ban. So what can say? My kasa and I say my fa emotions and kasa. I beg to differ with all due respect. We will fight with our blood. Ya differ who no. Ya nananomwa womu edu womu kwatu ho ya yede to nyom ya nara ya sasini ya boden de mayen moja nananum siegu nyade to ho mayen edru mene won so siebe ye bia toaso. So we will fight with our blood.
I agree with you.
Te said the yana nanom di wo mu moja e fight independence no. The same thing and I yanso ye be fight with our blood. Okay. Emotions kura di sha.
Sir.
Emotions ni bi sha.
I agree with you.
We will fight with our blood.
But it doesn't mean say so obi so was shared opinion.
Oh yeah,
now what they call so.
Debbie.
Obi enchina na be said it is on.
One say fitibra LGBT asem ba yi.
Yeah.
Wone enkofo akasa pa na one say da bia me ka kire o say me nse de nim ade but me sua ade. Ade bi ho no mo a mu di nkomo wo ha me ta tie pa o. Me ta tie nkomo no pa. And from the beginning empanifo a no wo makasa for amwani Dr. Opuni Ahmed Ibrahim political empanifo no wo makasa nyina na kire se sa LGBTQ plus community no they have money omudi push omu agenda woni omudi nkomo wo ha nyina ya bitie and ebi okra wo bisa questions ya e fast answer no ho a bitie wa ha e kire se LGBTQ afo no they have money omudi influence na omudi push omu agenda ya asem se o political parties ya wa Ghana ha ena mpanimfo ni binom being LGP Kofi Apalidian de LGP NDC MPP CPP anasa PPP political parties no semumo bi akwaji wo musika wo mufu wo ade nkoma won political parties no anasa mpanimfo amwo Ghana ha semumu bi akwaje LGBTQ plus fo sika omufu omade yankomo wo me nyi watinyi adwa because my journey interview a we nyina fitibra day one efa LGBT fo ho metia ni di omu nyina no kwaba nkurom se sankofo no wo sika omudi pushi omu agenda say na ye pese ye so they influence enkofo with money ama omu bid anaso omu agenda no enkofo eyama won NDC fo MPP fo CPP fo independent fo Christian Council National Peace Council why Ghana Pentecostal and Charismatic Council individuals mesokura meka ho Manjeri ka ho se obi akwaji LGBTQI plus fo sika onfa na de nkoma won
okay
esan say this idea way and Manjeri assemble ni adanse a utwabi ho ya adanse some penifo binum kantina may follow on all the political parties. Say, Sikanwa, aya winning call for kasa, womu kasa, they come with money no. Say, womu bi, say this year, womu mekamiyante, MPP, womu mekamiyante, na asɛm ni adanse a yɛtɔbi ho yɛ adanse.
Okay, it's a kwabene.
Bajani, who said ebinum suban, any ebinum poster, any ebinum position about this LGBTQ plus here. Me suspect binum.
Who suspect?
Yes, me suspect is a binum wakotisika.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I suspect. Intina may call on all the political parties. Say, I suspect. Say, ebinum wakotisika. Entina omu nanka Manjari, who on it right senses. Because yama kwai na bema ni woba bema na.
No. Obi a she dan kasa. Ana mo kasa no so ana o me nhwe ni yi.
Right ya wo mo won ne say Manjari Pacho explain it to me.
About.
O de bua me kitua bi. Na ya in space no man wada roma. Bua me kitua bi o. Omo right no. Minim say bua me e dey right pa no omo pe. I just want to know. E dey right no omo pe.
Rami ba mami am space.
Ya space ni ye. Me pese me hu right kro pa omo pe. Right kro. Na wo Minister of Finance etumi ase nyame anim Muslim wo village ni a uwom a etua na mo call parliament mpo Muslim community mpo na omudi asem ye ginem akohon to kwasa sameti hai na Pentecost ni me kwa urade adidie mabetna ha abeka say human right, so we should allow them.
Okay, yeah. Kwamna un say to say rights na wo kan.
Good.
So obehwa mebo afenyo marking honorable member of parliament futu. Na okase se nipa no osati bi anim kra adenti kra na si eku jail no. Tio. Ode nyabote. O se adenti na say eku jail no. But they say you find a way as a society. Now you the correct safon. Sasemo kan yen enye different from Catholic bishop. Penny asemo no so be kan ye say onhu die nti a et say ye jeli womo. But et say you find a way to correct such people. What you say? Enra mene owura fuamwani ekasa ye no lawyer oka hu bi ye di animu efa sa de we ho kasa oka say about 400 persons ena womaba womo aso ye ho womo ahwe womo ebinum womo correct womo efa eye sa de we hu a che say womo de tenetene womo also nipa beye 400 womo ejiji sika amanfo support wo mabuo musika o ti o sa no ka na nro ade correct womo but now meme say mekeka weni si ene na bisa first of all say it sadia why do we need emra ewo sadia we because okaso ma correct about 400 persons Urafo money and radio kind no. So the point is Obianka say Yenjangum mensha dante ne samum say Obi beka say Yenjangum AGYEMAN koso sa well ebi ni penny bi akeka bi sa
so the right they were talking about is the imprisonment.
The right good right they say awomo ka ho asem no say nipa no say the sexual right ni na ye hu ni say enye papa na ye manipa na kwakode efiase
okay ntime mfa ne say omunu hu no say nipa no say aye ne sexual right ya we should allow the person
say nipa no hu say the sexual right aye no ye values ni ade na support no we should correct the person yen find a way to correct such people,
but not
argument is but
not to send them to prison.
Okay. We shouldn't send them to prison. Sana nipa dodo na no me me hu ni se wo mo e ka no.
I say ne da na ye di nkomo no. Eye adwentoato an ye toato.
Yeah.
Enra ye di nkomo no na me bisa se adenti kura ne ye koto se boys ne num wi a.
Yeah.
Ye ti wo mu di wo mu kogu prison.
That's right.
Onum
because I know so beka say eye ne right.
Good.
Say ono so feel so obetwi gui no.
Yes,
one of the what they tell you correct for no say there be menum we no.
Magari, one will say.
And number 2, kwamna me fa we ensanto aso. Me no dia mempe e wo sade egwe ho ne say amanonefo no international bodies na wo mo pese wo mu chenchina ye yanyintum no. It is a statement in a free US and see a name any or what had the buy IMF for Unzo Macasa for home, World Bank for Casa for home. The main power sad and the one say. So Woko US and Ra, na me tie Ura, honorable and the appear could be. I am Rashabani was anti not. Na Okasa was and pef. Nana me tie no. Efa US Wanakasano. Emra wa macheshe e dia fa polygamy ho. Kwabra zo ni polygamy aware mienu.
Aware dodo.
Yes, aware dodo. So obi e ware dodo se bema. Eno kra nya so oba bema e ware ema dodo. Emra wa mache wo US memo no. Enra no kenkan bi. Na emu ba kwa meti eno kra ne se wo mu say you believe. So we believe in our dodo kra na utumi kodem 5 years. Unya yo.
Unya bi. Jasa ujidi keke.
But who ujidi?
Me fan sa metie na me si o. Na wo ware dodo a nti ya de. Eno no keke no. Me kodem 5 years.
We kodem 5 years. Eno ne US for na checha se mra no. Na eno no me bisa se eno no so anyo obi right. Eno kura mpa ye hu ne se aware dodo no kura de. Ena na kenya bone kura o.
Dabi.
Zadi ase.
Eni Bible mu ko ni.
Aware dodo kura de enya because me ma Zadi awoka no. Aware dodo Bible mu no e find the
eni Bible.
O se be ya. Anke be ya eno kura
su. Eno pa ye futuo na wo tu binom.
Eno kura po no ma hye ho mra se obi e wo believe keka. Say onipa no wo enye se waware dodo se nipa no agi aware dodo di a ogidi a onkodem 5 years ubetua $500 na wasia akodem enye se utua $500 na tenafio utua $500 ni bia na wasia akodem 5 years eno ne ye obi ogo believe keke.
So meaning it shouldn't even come from your mouth.
Hey, Debbie.
Utirimu kaka.
Say wo utirimu na wo mutimi fine out say woje aware dodo wodi a utimi kodem 5 years. Anu ye US mra. Eti as a woman so wo ya ye hypocritical e wo sa de we ho. Because mo ka right there. Adena me person me ware dodo. Mo say me de me need right say metimi aware dodo. Wo me ko metimi ahwe ma no. Mo say me need right. Ma hye wo mra de atia nei. So we call US embassy now they are dodo ko kujina hwa chese eye basa etiwade de ma omo eti so wo no so ka writer saafo na o ma hye se emra right ne de enti no wo mo ye big hypocritical wo mo ye nyatwom e wo se asem ne ho
ma jani nyatwom podi e wa polish ne wo mo ye nipa bonefo
mi chiri se wo mo no ebe o ma dwen se wo mo be force ye se chenchena a ya nyuntum sa de we a ye kan me position back on and say, see, ye dear to my so mine. And na young say, ye dear to me, yan to me, dear, na yen to me, you'll be net to say, or babe for so yen, because more international bodies na ne, a my who also a mumuji to munti, but pesa against yen to mono, our dodo almost a mum pay ye, chua dear, and then they are right in the mana, and then they are right in the mana. It does the question, maybe, Sanelmum. Having said that, you know, Pamela, as I say, Yahanon so no said the medical kind, Yanji opinions, you know. Mean share Dante, so be said, even though I wish share a year, Uraku Tampel, Yanko Bonfan the Crancy, on any group on a Yamame, Audrey Gachipo, and the Audrey Gajipo, Gajipo, ya maame odrika jekpo ne wo ma ekeka ho a shrage balls yi wo mo se wo mani abre a wo mo de nsam de be court kra na minimum so mo kra na wo mo de koi said wo mampanyin kan
minimum so wo mo de court dia
o mampanyin se nipa bi de court
ena yenya hu nkofo kro
mampanyin se nipa bi de court nti we can easily find out you betina find
ya mi ho ne find out
and you find out him for na good wo mo de ko
ma jani me ne ekuofu awodo bi a wo mo se wo mo find out ehu political party kura otai saadi we yechi a wo mo be sori ya campaign edi etia wo mo no I support them.
Okay.
So if we find out na yehu say sa political asumesi sa penny we ya we di political party we yenim sa obintin we ya we di political party we yenim akwaji sika e dey free LGBTQ+ of one Kenya Ghana for nyina be sori ni ya campaign de tia sankofo no esanse ye hu omu say omu ye enemies.
Okay, it's now a bill no enkonkoto o mampanyi anim ekoto na anim an ye be she county na se no so ye establish etina me say ma ye mfa emotions o de ye chiche mama ne sequential
enokra no ononyamfo Alexander Fenyomakin me ne nyaagene.
Oh, how
sanka alone me trasa me ne nyaagene.
Okay.
Say alone en wo mo kwa akwaje ena mra sebejafo passing ya kadichin ya na president ya sign. Say loan ena ba yi kwaje ena wo mo passing wa parliament ya pa dichin ya nkode ne sasase. Say you wo mo cars no wo mo kwato abayi bibi no ohia ena nka yepe na nka wo mo do wo mo sasase ya hwe no assign. LGBTQ de Alexander Fenyoman can be trying say afena crack for back kankrata
abom anyone monsemo
kankrata abom ya ansani dia come speaker next speaker asan verify ansani asan dia come president
there be one of the sponsors no na sponsors no so etime say ahwema hu say ya ewo mu nie
ene na nya nu
enti wo mu wi na wo mo de akwa koma mampanye oba kwabena so wo se we se mra we se de amra no ho nsamete no ete so mu se bibia e kama wo mu
last week na me ne of Adakabrete ha ena na of e ka se enya ade a obesan
eno de
me ya adi
eno no obi conclude sanso me na nya adwe because emra ne nko president anim enkoto ni table so na ebom na nado nso eye president ono nso na se mo beka se ade ne kra no nipa bi dia ko Supreme Court nti o betwen ade ne ma beto table ade na won twen ma ne beto table so asa say no what you record the president because a Partisan president also will give you room
good
for people to speculate.
That is it.
So the president no can say permission meeting them say hey what can they say ya then you give room for people to speculate because here can say and remedy minority ni bi o me refi ni din no okay say e no kre say wo mu guso a wo mo hihye bill no e work like for like department says I know from say draft department to say clerk department parliament for mo amachiri that for from saying actually for send them say clerks no wo mu guso ye de wo mu ye hu adwuma ena honorable afenyo market be kan internet say truly no bill na ye ka no e wo parliament kwa wo mu nyan transmit emfa nko mampanyin ho itinaka o mampanyin twen say ade no kwa ma beto tables e beto tables na wo hwɛ mu wia ena ye behu say nipa bi akɔkɔɔto nti wo twen so ana na say ye wo no ma bebre wa ha ye de e-levy say nkrofo de court ba ye pass me ye de ye adwuma later na your friend is saying Supreme Court ball nkrofo na sem di too good
excellent
is what you say
yes
iti naka twen embeto table so na bia bibi wo ma na ade na ma beto table so say no wa preempt say enipa bi de court nti na che say an kra no the issue say
the beto okra one sign it
esa akwa no me so me wo issue kakra was that statement na
every president wo buy no kwan na nkofo speculate
na e just say you are giving room for speculation
yes
because na ka media na me expect sabio sabe dia me expect a free president one say okay fine one my idea no kra ma meto on the table so it ya beto the table so a e no so be the obetwem because ye ka idea no kra no the padodo say na nya atwem so on say the city no e beto the table so a no watwem na decision bi wo ho a why dey we take it but we can say call Supreme Court inti yen twen Supreme Court your friend saying decision na and no the president the ho so etwetwen aso kakra na finance kwabna ma me fa we
okay
finance ministry for no one more statement no mo de ba ye no so which how recommendations under recommendations no or say okay or say C recommendation C no or say His Excellency kwamna when any when so we ni on when the man fanto once man fanto na so wetin me enti eno ne finance ministry one more can say asem ne say o mampanyin be ya nkrofo bi dia ko Supreme Court nti ontwentwen so eno o mampanyin so aba be kasa o enti mi hu sa akono linkage na work on see or say His Excellency the President may have to defer and kwa wo man share mo say may the President may have to defer assenting to the bill until the court rules on the legal issues tabled by key national stakeholders, CSOs and SHRAC. It finance ministry no mama yehu nipa wo mo de asem ne court. Wo mo say CSOs be an SHRAC.
Well, I don't know, but as for the civil society there, I doubt.
Say
because what we say, yensa dante civil society ya tie ye charge papa no. Na Odrigatepo, ono ye CDD Ghana.
So a CSO.
When we say civil society organizations, you know, ekua wuduo bebre a wo makeka wo mu ho abom. But say CDD nkwa na say omu pani a wada no beka say CDD for na omu position enompo no wan kasa CDD for position.
But say eba say dia working say Audrey ejina CDD anemu and waka shrage ho no mo de kwa you still CSO because they are part of the civil society organization.
Oh. And ono kra no wan kasa ojina CDD for anemu
ne kasa. And make say eba say Audrey the CDD din and the position no the position of the CDD and na one more day court they are still the CSO. It's am say eba say sa na etia.
I don't know what that woman say. Ya frɛ wo mu civil society organizations. Organizations. Meaning ekuaku ahodo a omu akeka wo mu ho abom.
We na nya coalition no. We say we no, we say coalition dey dey mu ka bom na mu nyina but ye ka civil society organization a CDD can be. One can be.
Good.
Ghana Anti-Corruption.
Good.
One we nyina ka ho. So
good.
Inti the point is said CDD for the quad, they are still part of the CSO.
So the CSO should come and distance themselves from.
Oh.
Yes, because my opinion. It doesn't reflect the position of NEET FM.
Okay, for instance, say NEET FM, the asem kokota. Na ubia ba be ka say okay, yate say papa bi any media fu bi the asem na kokot. When you say I want understand it. Yate say papa bi any media fu bi the asem na kokot. Ebia na NEET FM so nko an. NEET FM is part of the media.
When we say,
yes, CDD is part of the media, part of the CS.
Yeah, part of media. But what someone yani yebeka wahano, it doesn't mean say the position of multimedia. The position of Kansas City.
So Bianca sir.
Good.
Okay, but in any case, the crowd the hono yen first. It no. Why do you say CS will be amfa?
No, CDD penny noa omo kano. Na no kura no menti say CDD for si omu position no. Odrigadepo no. Ono na
Okasa.
I say no one akotampa. The
first group, one more professor says our lawyers.
Yeah, from the BB wise man and near your friend Omudimbi. Ebem says 16 wise men was a dear.
Said in a young one of them, one of the two, and I'm one of them.
Yeah, Ebem said the 16 wise men. Na akotampa kaho or no so kaho. When sweet in a ha, wait in a ha, and to me fan say, lawyer akotampa no ano kaho. Say Okagana Bar Association one. On any position no doesn't reflect the position of Ghana Bar Association. But what
yeah, that is correct. How can I
the same way I make can someone. Mammy what regard the ponina can and CDD for. Yeah. Monso ya the mobile can because on the damano. I see the four and a momo de asem coco.
And then they say, what kind of sound? So into number say, it's a yes, establish it. Say, Audrey Gajipo. Gajipo. Hey, Nidia means to be where they're
Gajipo. Gajipo.
Audrey say, when you say name, and I never find it difficult to pronounce.
Audrey Gajipo.
Okay.
Then name is
Audrey. I know when you're Audrey, say yet me establish say the position no the position of the CDD there that is how the account because we be as we to me expressing the view as an individual person individualistic view and the pandemic say if you it is so
by my daddy my penin tin ho ase say eniam bi wo ho no mo a ebia onya no watra but this LGBTQ plus onya easy. I'm me say sa LGBTQ at say wabu abrewanana obeti adomankumasem the nation will fight against him
babena idea ye ni abre ye man kwan ye ni way ye babena iti omanpanyi ansan ya Ghana beshi
oh my daddy me too
ansan ya Ghana beshi an
say ye ka asemu a ho enye yani anko me say me baby a menyina du my daddy me ensan ka ma no da it doesn't mean so obi no nsan enye baby but me ensan ka ma no da we ebi nka ma no da enti there is no way obi betumi a convince me say me no baby a menyina du but ye wo ebinom wo ho a no wo mususa omudu wo ho kowura atebia bi mu a na eye peer pressure and na influence ya efi outside ya access ankofo ne life minim boy bi na ye wo ye kura ase wonom no ono ene ne gangfo bi na nam ti o start wi nom ne ntem ena nurubone no a ada no midru secret na ose pant ene wode ne singret egu no kon ene wogina hostel statue I say obi ananko wo brighter future pa no wogina secret wono a yesi wo mu wonum ade no a na hae nti wogina ho a wotumi gina ho da eno bi na no wogina ho no mu a na oye meaning senka onya wo betu no fontem enkade bi wo wa amfa no ho ansem magari peni dia wada na wo na egu abonten enkwada ko school a eniom omu kosua no we have no idea enti we be find out to pass say obi a convince wo ba with money with gift no de na ko wura sa tibia no mu bisa ho say na nanka magari wo hwehwe say wo ba no beye
okay
adano TV so obi a broni a wote wo mu ye ne interview ye bisa nso wo hu ne ba na che ena oso wo ache ena omu bie do na ne ba ne na eba no ne ba be ma wakoda ne oba papa ni sui osuya the sorry free interview na se koi etre say enye say na wo pese wo ba no beye but society no want to me and protect akwala no na kwadana say na brabo say. So I'm saying this again and again and again. Say,
yeah,
President on no fara.
Okay, yen chen ekoto the table so. Ekoto the table so already in corner so I can't say I did the Supreme Court. It will be Supreme Court decision. So what would you do?
Wait. Or no tell Supreme Court.
Yeah. Yeah, kwabna me nya time where because as some way dia him pan yen fa we into na yen share finance ministry statement, you know. I want us to read, then we get the understanding for the purposes of yetiofo amuntimi enten sempote ben and a finance ministry no amodi aba betu dwa, even though krata we no bia ansa enhyase and a finance ministry for so eba beto dwa aboro 12 hours yana. Okay. There be 12 hours there. Yes, because around 6 to 6. I beto dwa akoda nim aboro 12 hours. I want me to me my bonting and because say a fake. Internet just say free or my swear. Now, watch our introduction. I say on the 28th of February 2024, the Parliament of Ghana passed the proper human sexual rights and Ghanaian family values. Eti want to cry no matiwa we no proper nka human sexual rights. The Parliament of Ghana passed the human sexual rights and family and Ghanaian family values anti-LGBTQ bill. The bill is said to be forwarded to His Excellency the President for assent. The passage of the bill has triggered reactions from some of Ghana's development partners, international financial institutions, and CSOs in the country. Honorable Minister conveyed, Honorable Minister convened an emergency meeting with Chief Director and Director of the Ministry, the Governor and First Deputy Governor at Bank of Ghana, and the Commissioner General, GRA, to ascertain the immediate impact of the passage of the bill on the implementation of the 2024 budget. This report summarizes deliberations at the meeting and provides recommendations for the consideration of His Excellency the President. It's number 2, implications. Impact on World Bank funded programs. 1. The expected $300 million financing from the first Ghana Resilient Recovery Development Policy Operation into bracket budget support, which is currently pending parliamentary approval, might not be disbursed by the bank when it is approved by Parliament. 2. Ongoing negotiations on the second Ghana Resilient Recovery Development Policy Operation budget support amounting to $300 million may be suspended. 3. Ongoing negotiations of $250 million to support the Ghana Financial Stability Fund may be suspended. 4. Disbursement of undisbursed amounts totaling $2.1 billion for ongoing projects will be suspended. And 5. Preparation of pipeline projects and declaration of effectiveness for 2 projects totaling worth $900 million may be suspended. Full details of the World Bank portfolio are attached as Appendix 1 and 2. 6. In total, Ghana is likely to lose $3.8 billion in World Bank financing over the next 5 to 6 years. For 2024, Ghana will lose $600 million budget support and $250 million for the Financial Stability Fund. This will negatively impact on Ghana's foreign exchange reserves and exchange rate stability, as these inflows are expected to shore the country's reserve position. Impact on the implementation of the 2024 budget. The potential loss of these financial resources creates a financing gap in the 2024 budget that must be addressed either through a significant reduction in the expenditures or additional domestic revenue mobilization. Failing this, government's ability to achieve the targets in the 2024 budget will be undermined, and the IMF ECF Extended Credit Facility Program will be derailed. Impact on the IMF program. While there is no direct conditionality in the IMF ECF program relating to the passage of the bill, the principles of the current IMF ECF program are built on predictable financing from development partners, financing assurances, including the World Bank-funded Ghana Resilient Recovery Development Policy operations. Hence, the non-disbursement of the budget support from the World Bank will derail the IMF program. This will in turn trigger a market reaction which will affect the stability of the exchange rate. Impact on debt restructuring program. So much impacts in now. Negotiations with the official creditor committee, OCC, and Eurobond holders under Ghana's debt restructuring programs is predicated on the success of the IMF program. Hence, a derailed IMF program will have dire consequences on the debt restructuring exercise and Ghana's long-term sustainability. Impact on African Development Bank programs. The African Development Bank has indicated that the passage of the bill will not have any adverse impact on the corporate with Ghana. Possible adverse reaction from Germany and the wider European community. In several discussions with officials from German government, Ministry of Finance officials have been informed that the German government is against the passage of the bill. Given Germany's relative strong influence in the European Union and the official creditor committee, there is the need to manage the relationship to forestall a strong negative reaction. Now, three recommendations. At the presidency level, we recommend A structured engagement with local conservative forces such as religious bodies and faith-based organizations to communicate the economic implications of the passage of the anti-LGBTQ bill and to build a stronger coalition and a framework for supporting key development initiatives that are likely to be affected. B. An effective engagement with conservative countries, including the Arab countries and China. This could help trigger resources to fill in the potential financing gaps to be created. And C. His Excellency, the President may have to defer assenting the bill until court rules on the legal issues tabled by key national stakeholders, CSOs and SHRAJ. Now, 2. At the Ministry of Finance level, the ministry will continue to engage with the IMF on the alternative credible sources of funding that will plug the financing gap. D. GRA to embark on a vigorous revenue mobilization drive, focusing on implementation of approved measures as well as compliance. C. Consider possible expenditure rationalization to accommodate the shock from the potential withdrawal of resources. And D. Leverage of the Ghana Beyond Aid principles and change the structure of our resource mobilization. We must improve our domestic resource mobilization efforts by working towards our medium-term tax revenue to GDP target of 17 to 18% and eventually wean ourselves of the unsustainable dependency on the development assistance. Now, last portion here, conclusions. The passage of the new bill calls for fortifying local financial systems, strengthening African financial institutions, as well as our development journey in partnership with other countries. In line with the Ghana Beyond Aid agenda, Ghana can navigate the complexities of international relations and emerge with a robust, resilient economy with Ghanaian ownership of the commanding heights of the economy. Biansa Nshasi. Inti inkrata na nsema omodi aba betudwa. Araso obetuma bo no tofa.
Ma membo no to. Abusiafo ayi de Magdani was agyeman eka ye. Wotra se parliament ye pass ye no. Ana womu so ye se womu kwa akosia na womu ahye nsunsuan so asade yi. De beba yesika semsunti. Ministry ni emergency meeting a womu ni chief director director of ministry no ankasa minister no ankasa governor and first deputy governor Bank of Ghana commissioner general womu nyina akoye meeting na meeting ni no womu hunu se empanimfo de samre yitumi na se yesan ya ohawa de bebren yen enie yes $300 million bi enim ya free amanone eba na sika womu de support ya budget no ya womu hye nim se parliament kura beji atum na sa sika no aba $300 million yenye sika ketwa ebebo yen sanka de toso bio womu frɛ ade bi budget support no awo eno kura ye nkitawudi a womu gusu a womu die nti first one ye budget support. Second one is your budget support with answer ye jiha. Na second one is so $300 million no say ye buy a wumusio ema mampeni sa pe and so mbe suspended. And na yes guso edin kita ho se yesika samno enyina yenti womuma yesika kakra betumi ama ye economy no ejina ye kakra enu say ye ji $250 million and share no so emma na womu sa tre say ye project yahodo bi a enu so yakwa akopeska eye $2.1 billion say ye nya de ensasa ase ewom enu so emma afei yesa wo another sika bi a project mienu bi ye no so ye na sa project mienu no sika ye je no eye $900 million se ye nya de ensasa ase wom sa sika no so ama sa sika ye keka bomu ansha IMF de no kura no a do womu de maye no womu ankase conditionalities ya bata huni but womu shepete takremu a womu seseska no sukura betumi ahwere yen aya 3.8 billion World Bank for the womu de mayo ansha emma enna yesa wo another $600 million ya and also ansha emma eni yesa wo another $250 million ya and also emma enti hwesika bebrebe yi na keka bom na hwe se ba sa economy no bebre papa he economy ni be want tetede na how pa de bebre yen IMF program no enna no waka se do na ensa dan kanse se no se wo mu pass a how de bebre yen ni but omu shapatata kremu di senkitawudi a ewo IMF eni sa mama yi bisu a ansa na balance no kura anso kura ama balance no IMF for the bebre no ansa kura na no so ama afei official creditor committee ya ye kodwaman so ye kwa kopeska euro bond holders no a omu kura bo ayem yesika sam ye mu nsakra ye yani wo manyon kofa nso ebeseye se wo se wo bi wo ha wo depend on nadamfo ansa na watumi live in a life enti sɛ yɛnam fofa no sɛ pɛ yɛntumi mmɔ yɛ bra African development deɛ wɔn deɛ no wɔn ka sɛ bɛɛ no a yɛ paase no wɔn deɛ wɔn nhyɛ de ni ɔhaw biara wɔ ho nti ɛhɔ deɛ nka ɛyɛ na mmom aman bi te sɛ Germany aban ɛne aman bi a wɔn ɛwɔ sika de wɔn ho European Union ɛne aman a yɛdede di wɔn ka no sɛ yɛsan bɛɛli sɛ wɔm ansa a wɔn ne yɛbɛyɛ aka so wɔn ne yɛyɛ aka sɛ nso a ɔhaw a de bɛbrɛ yɛn no ɛnyɛ asɛm ketewa nti wɔn ka kyerɛ mampanin sɛ nadaworo religious bodies ne ekoku ahodoɔ pressure na wɔn de ba no wɔn nya abotrɛ na afei aman bi te sɛ nka Arab countries ne China wɔn de saa deɛ no wɔn nsosɔ so wɔ hɔ nti yɛn ne wɔn anyɔnkofa no ɛno nso sɛn ne yɛbɛsi akɔ no afei mampanin nsa nkyɛn esan sɛ CSOs no ɛna tragyefoɔ no ebi nso ɛde asɛm no kɔkɔɔ tinti ɛwɔ nso wɔn nkyɛn nti ministry no bɛkɔ so adi nkitaho ahyɛ kwan foforɔ a yɛbɛfa so a yɛsi kasɛm kam a ɛdɛm no wɔn mu bɛtumi esisisi ne nkakrankraa na yɛn ho ahare yɛn afei yɛn yankasa sɛ nkɔɔfoɔ nyinaa kasa wɔn otwe wɔn ho ɛde efiri yɛn ho a ɛde yɛn yɛbɛyɛ Ghana beyond aid no yɛbɛhyɛm kena na yɛn ayɛ deɛ no yɛagyegye nkakrankraa yɛ GDP a yɛatarget bɛyɛ sɛ 17% a ɛde kɔ 18% no yɛn yɛbɛtumi ayɛ yɛ adeɛ yɛwie koraa no saa new bill pa yɛ paase a ɛyɛ sɛ anyɔnkofa yɛda bank ɛwɔ wɔ ha saa local financial system ɛna Africa ha nom sɛ deɛ no ɛna ɛsase yɛ ne wɔ moto abasakom na ne sɛ Ghana beyond aid asɛm wa yɛ kaayɛ no yɛbɛgyae sɛ yɛne amaaman yɛ twa yɛn ho asie dwaman so ɛyɛ international relations ne yɛbɛtwitwa so ne yɛne yɛdi nkui wɔ ha nom sɛ yi a ɛne saa na ebi yɛbɛyɛ kwan ne yɛnim but sɛ yɛsan saa mmara yi di a majadi keka sɛ sika wɔ ebom na hwɛ adeɛ
3.8 billion
keka bom
what's me ka bom sɛ
ɛbɛ ha yɛ papa
nom sɛ bɛ
yeah
sɛ ya ma yɛ bra yi nti saa na ɛsɛ kɔba baabi a yɛ nam no na kwabena nti me establish facts bi wɔ ha yɛnti a menya adadeɛ kan ne no sɛ ɛnɔma no ba na yɛ nyinaa na yɛtumi ate aseɛ finance ministry krataa yi ɛnkan sɛ yɛn kɔnkɔyɛ LGBTQ but akyerɛ nsunsuansoɔ bɔne a sɛ mmara no yɛgye tum a ɛde bɛbrɛ yɛn ɛna asan akyerɛ sɛ yɛgye mmara no tum a sɛ nsunsuansoɔ bɔne na ɛbɛba no kwan bɛn so ne yɛbɛfa so na yɛtumi de yɛnyɛ sika because Ghana ha yɛnyɛ yɛ budget a yɛbɛka sɛ yɛfɛ ne sɛn aman ahodoɔfoɔ ɛmba mbɛ support yɛntimi that is fact ebi nsi da sɛ yɛayɛ budget especially yɛnim kora this current dispensation sɛ yɛayɛ budget a yɛbɛka sɛ yɛnya external support biara yɛnya yɛbɛtumi abɔ yɛn ho akɔnhoma ebi nsi da enti ɔnom wɔn no kyerɛ yɛn sunsuanso a ɛbɛwɔ ɛde bɛbrɛ yɛn
ma jɛni na kyerɛ sɛ His Excellency Mampeni Nanado
yeah
Ghana beyond aid bi no a ɔde to na no a na ɔka no waa wɔ ho
kabra Ghana beyond aid na wote ase
so wɔkyerɛ mu ma yɛte aseɛ sɛ yɛne ankasa yɛbɛdi yɛn kui ɔno akora ka wɔ mu sɛ nipa bi ada bi a wokura wo kyɛnse kɔsrɛsra yɛbu animtia ɔno a n'anum kan
good
nti na kyɛ sɛ wɔka no waa
ɛno nti na mɛsɛ ebia na wɔanya nte aseɛ no yie ɛte sɛ ɔmampanyin dada kɔfoɔ kɔka zero tolerance of corruption Ghana foɔ nyinaa yɛmu dodoɔ na afa ne sɛ ɔmampanyin dada kɔfoɔ sɛ obɛfiri amamuo no so no na corruption aba 0%. Saa na yɛ adwene but na yɛ saa na eti o. Zero tolerance ne sɛ yɛn so so kraa. That is the point. Ɔmampanyin Ghana beyond aid no And yes, Ghana beyond aid into young costless radio beam Ghana, yeah, dear. And I hear the yeah, dear. A Ghana beyond aid in a year process. A year and the Swadi Wuna or Mampenino. A dear sin and this was a Ghana, as I get to me, and share. Ye bet my day, who are young, co Amaya would also, and conquer Bobusia.
And I met say,
it's Ghana beyond aid in yes, or can and then I dear chin, ya Ghana, yeah,
and that
is not the case.
Or can why.
A dear Manada, dear church.
And me to us here, dear, what to the moon? I'm
okay, a dear
Wakaya,
a dear to the Mount Wakaya, a dear Mount Canasa.
Na situation I have found.
Yeah, situation, yeah, your woman, Ghana, a year enra. And I say, I buy in a dear Kodaho. Oh, I buy in a dear Kodaho. But also, and the argument in the nice, but man, your way.
My daddy,
yes,
seconds. I buy you beji or mine, not dollar, you say.
Oh, Cabin, you know what somebody can. As some American, you want
somebody. So, where we find ourselves, and you know what somebody this mess, this ditch, and yes, I buy when what the acquisition.
Okay, Matty. It's Ghana, how did you know a young people are banned?
On that, someone was war beji yang.
It's Ghana, yeah, how are your woman see? A young people are buying or the question how did you know?
I tell you, the Jawa near
the this is what the finance ministry have said. It's the one more academy. It's one more recommendation, you know. But no crying cratano, a misleading. Some of the captions, I want cratano misleading. Say, don't sign, don't assent, or say the president may, when we use the word may. It was say a bit to me or man penny a man in science and trophy and yes we had dream and then we'll fa and cat and anyone offer chronicle cry about online portals no idea don't assent as if the finance ministry is instructing the president and you know correct the finance ministry is suggesting to the president that the president may not. So they say, a bit to me, and call my penny, a man in sign.
But there is time why a day, yes, you could deny Pontius Pilate. Now, okay, can Bible no was say, a cow non quan could be I know. But none the man for no TNT must say, or mana send him. And nuntina or no crab run and some. Efri who say, Sadia way dear, on come. But the man for ne say, Baby, I yet drew see o man for no a yet dom do door 99% Ghana for say, obesign. Because of money. Because of money.
See, because of money,
make a minister of finance.
Yeah. Now I will say because of money. No, you think it's easy, oh? Ghana, you can't grant you. You think it is easy? The finance ministry, no, ababekano. Because of money, we say what kind of very simple.
Yes, because of money. And to my daddy, who bet choose money over your principles and values.
We are talking about governance.
Governance, yes,
and
it's money.
And make us say, meno, but one other side, and they say, sir, amaya ko do so for ne, nyumeku, etesai mevne World Bank for no idea. What supporting and so much say, idea we yajia to mock your man penny assign. It will move for you, sikam, yeah, some of the boy, your woman farmer, a nyachum. Eye nyade and dear maka say eye nyachum. But the realities and it says yen san come support now. We can't survive. We can't.
Oh my pa,
we can't survive
with all these natural resources. All these natural resources. Yen to me ni hoso. Yen penning for ya boy bro. With all these natural resources, yes, gold, oil, cocoa, then bauxite, diamond, lithium. Name them. Mention all these things. Na empanimfo ntumi yusu.
Lithium near 2.
There will be.
Yeah, 2.
Me say we have some.
Can they yet 2? There you will be nation for my son.
All these years. Sadia we ya ye won nyina atiri no. Yentumi ni ya ho so. Yentumi nhwa ya ho.
Na kwa bina nya bill yan ka fe na wo be hu se ni yentumi hwe.
Na sa asem bi na di asem bi ba. Eno dia menka se da bi menka se aye abaya abesi ko nyina no. So when to me ami yani ya ho so to this mess. Baby ayakwa akose. Baby ayakwa akose Magdari.
Yeah.
I sometimes me pesa me nshawo. But I want you to admit to say our reckless borrowing, our carelessness from Minister of Finance and no kahuna di akose baby ayakose no. Me nshawo, but I want you to admit say yes kasam so afo any abeyin sese bone na di akowura baby ayewura no.
Enti enya aben sese bone ene enye sikasem ene yedi akowura ya nanka ya ye betima de ye ho without borrowing ana.
Excellent.
Hey. Babana they cannot hear. Do you really understand it?
Magdari. Initially. Okay.
Yes,
why say on one identity on one MPC can say
free ho.
Good.
Enye no ho asem de ye kan.
Because nothing to ye no.
Me say it two person which they say aben yi ba ye no bosi aben akwakobo. What the ubo exchange rate crampodin. Exchange rate baby akwakodu.
Good.
Se na nkente saa. Na ka yanya betima de ye ho without borrowing ana.
My daddy 1 to 2 niama ye. Inti na wawie saa no.
Wonya no.
Me tira wo say baby a wo oman na kwahye no.
Babna.
Oman to 2 omu niama ye.
Babna wo de your view no wo de share aben ye say.
Good.
Aben yi na
ama to niama ye.
Na ama na wie ye say.
That is it.
Okay, this is my point. The American say oman baby a ye nam no. Aben bi ani ho a obeba bedi ye so obeka say obebu man no without borrowing. Do you really understand it?
Borrowing there. Say omukura kan say
aben bi betima say
omukura kan say obi aye reckless borrowing.
It doesn't mean you shouldn't borrow. Or say reckless.
Good. And omukura justify say omu borrowing ni there. The dear Mekai Vice President chirechirem omu borrow wisely. Omu chirechirem wan kona bi.
Anyway. Okay.
Ya tutu niyama yanka nya baby aye.
Okay. Right, that is also your view. Also view the 050 372 1744 050 372 1744. Nti updates are e work on na yenso yetimi abomodin bie mama won so wetimi nyante ase yenso yadwenchire bi a yewo bi ano yetimi de sa adwenchire ndi amount. So that when you have the discussions, so you know betimi have proper discussions on our table. Now, you who mind is to say, baby, Eddie Eko. Sa enetia. Babla, I do Independence Day.
Until holiday.
Ochina, you're 67 days. This is 67. You're 67 years. Ochina is 67. Ochina holiday, but some of them are catch us or Chamabejo.
Still, I order so baby.
And 67 years a year bedi and LGBTQ on some editing to my as I say ye kwa na say ye ba. Yan kwa anima ye ne Professor Godfred Buckman or ye economist and professor of finance. Ye no ni komo. Prof Mache.
Yeah, me ma wa chi o mo ni ti ko ni na afisi afanso.
Afin come to ye na bibia ko ye de.
Yes, Adam.
Ye de nyame ase. Na we de ochina Ghana 67 years. Wutwa wani hwe wachi a etesen ema o.
Nye ni ama ina na akụ oh. But ade ba ko den so ne say we are an independent nation. We still have challenges. Our forefathers in Kumano, GB Dankwa, and no more Kanka. Tama no more pre independence. We are sure say no one say there will be challenges. It will not be that easy. On my say, we are sure say there were threats, warning, say most of the independence. You say in a basic, now the other. Then so they chose sovereignty. They chose nationhood over maybe colonialism in whatever form it was, and how they envisaged it, that it would take place several decades after they were dead and gone. And we have something to show for. There's a lot that we need to learn from as a country. In fact, the relevance of our independence is much more at stake now than probably when it was at independent days. Anybody who has control over your culture, your belief, your way of life, you are a slave to that person. So there's still a lot that as a country we need to reflect. What does our independence mean? What did it mean to them then? And what does it mean for us now? And what is it that we also have to do and leave behind the next generation? Yes, so that is what I would say. In terms of economic development, we have not made much progress. We have not taken total control of our resources. And even where we have control, we have not utilized them effectively with the common good in mind. We are corrupt. We have been wicked. We have elevated our self-interest above the common interest. We have pursued the interest of self and politics over the common good. It's almost like the survival of the fittest. If you are not where the cake is being shared, then you are certainly not going to get some. So, but I think that in all of these things, there are others who have migrated to other countries. They've made money, but they are not citizens. How they are treated is different. So we are in our own country, and I think that in itself is also good. We can build on that. We can learn the lessons. We can overcome our weaknesses. We can build on our strengths, take the opportunities ahead of us, ring-fence the threat of a new form of colonialism and all that it takes. We need to be on our guard also. That's also very important. Yep.
Okay, ayasamo. Na yen kan say obi be control your way of life. Na wo di abeye bia no na wo sa hye nipa nanum. Ebe ne human sexual rights and Ghanaian family value embra parliament agi atum ehun senkan bebre enam so ma finance ministry omo the statement bi aba do obi ansa enhya ase de eba yenim se every finance ministry because omo kan ho hwe de aba beto ho ye sikasem ene ese mrei esususu aso bone a finance ministry e ka kire prof ya be ne de
to Adrian.
Oh, sir.
Finance ministry, are they their own professional? And it's also a very narrow view of how things have turned out. In fact, it's not born of any serious research. Probably it was calculated to put fear in the president and similar things would always occur. Probably at independence, there were those who would issue opinion. Hey, in your independence, sir, we will lose this, we will lose that, we will lose this, and all of that. Probably, they might have even informed other people's view that let's delay independence, let's wait small, as against those who wanted it now, and all of that. Anything, share, mother, every country tries to accept their sovereignty, which also reflects their beliefs, their way of life, their culture, their religion, not their day. And in all of these things, the diversity is what we should celebrate and cherish. So, Europe, any USA, it's not every kind of behavior they permit. They have judged certain things to be inconsistent with norms. Somebody can mention polygamy. In other societies, it may be allowed, but almost say dead. That is not the only thing. When you examine how the US governs itself, the blacks as against whites, not the other. It was it not just a couple of years ago in the US there was a movement about Black Lives Matter. You heard the story, right? After several years of their democracy, inequality, some level of injustice, racial abuse still exist. The World Bank has not banned them. The IMF has not ostracized them. UK, a couple of years ago, of course, it's been quite a while now, they were within the Eurozone. They decided that they wanted to be on their own. They chose sovereignty over group and voted for Brexit. Even in UK, it was not overwhelming. It was not overwhelming. I'm not a lawyer, so I have my limitations. But what I'm saying is that UK, majority of them voted that they want to exit the Eurozone. It was granted. There were several analyses that the UK economy was going to suffer. In fact, there were, even before the vote, there were predictions that the Brexit will cause UK to lose its global preeminence and also as an international financial center within Europe. In fact, the predictions were all in one direction to the extent that political analysts have predicted that the Brexit will not happen until some few hours to the close of poll when it became clearer that Brexit was becoming real. So investors who are taking positions lost billions of euros, dollars, and the rest of them. It's the American say it's not new. And happens so the American say the Ministry of Finance is the statement on which you unprofessional, it's very narrow, and it's just to put fear and an institution like the Ministry of Finance will not be doing that. If you examine the evidence, and I believe that if they truly wanted to be professionals and advise the president, they would have looked at the evidence at the global level, at the continental level, in advising the president in terms of how other countries who have similar laws and even with harsher punishments, how the IMF and the World Bank have continued to relate with them. We can mention examples. It's not just only Arab countries, Muslim countries like Tunisia, Egypt, Gambia, and the rest of them. There are also pro-Christian nations, in some nations where the ratio is almost 50-50 or so, and have equally adopted similar laws. And the IMF continues to give them, offer them programs. The World Bank continues to support. Bear in mind, the IMF is an international credit union. Member countries contribute. Okay? They have rights. The IMF also has certain obligations towards those countries. We currently have a program with IMF. Where in the program is it stated that these are restricting clothes and the rest of them? And let me tell you that it is not lost on the IMF and the World Bank and the rest of them that the world we decided over 30 years ago, 40 years ago, it's not the same world today. The dynamics are different. The global geopolitics, economic fragmentation, the rise of the BRICS, regionalism, nationalism, and all of that, in itself, should tell the world, and they know that nations, countries are also examining their relationship with the rest of the world in devising strategic ways to protect their national interests and the rest of them. The world has not boycotted the oil from the Arab countries simply because the Arabs don't approve of LGBTQ things and the rest of it. Neither is the world going to boycott the oil from Nigeria because Nigeria has, I'm a lawyer. My considered view is that what we are talking about today, part of it you will find in the bill and the rest of them, they have been with us for a very long time. Some of the provisions in the bill had existed in some of our laws already.
Yeah.
So it's not completely new. And it will be strange for anyone to say that just by consolidating these provisions in other acts, okay, and then also introducing additional ones to take care of emerging issues and all of that, that the country, and right now it's not an individual thing, it's the country. This is one bill the president himself described as bipartisan. Do you get a point? A lot of bills that have gone to parliament have generated a lot of acrimony, voting split by majority. But if you look at this bill, unanimously approved. That is where I'm coming from. We may have our differences, and that is what democracy is about. You may not like certain things, but that is what democracy is about. The majority, overwhelming majority, have decided, are saying that society cannot be organized on the basis of LGBTQ principles. That is not to suggest that the LGBT community, they are people who deserve to die. No. I don't subscribe to that. They are also human beings. There might be Ghanaians in there, but the point is that if certain behavior generally considered to be inconsistent with our way of life, values, and even apart from it not being consistent, probably you want to ask yourself that, assuming we have done this whole thing, the next 50 years, how would our society be like? And the rest of them. It's not. The point is that if you know something, and part of that has been with us for a very long time, and the rest of them, we find ways of managing it. Okay, and the point is that there are human weakness is prone to it, not reliable enough, which others have said, right? So this is an avenue where anything goes. In fact, in the US today, there are those who are promoting another movement, the right to walk naked on the street of New York. It's also their right to march naked and the rest of them. So this thing really has no end and all of that. Probably the issue is that, and I'm progressive. Okay, we are sympathetic towards such people also. Okay, and that sympathy should cause us to reach out to help them. There are others who are already applying interventions, the likes of Dr. Fuamini and the others, applying interventions to help, to reach out, and the rest of them. That is what we call inclusivity, and the rest of it. So this bill, probably across traditions, religious divide, you will see a certain drive, and that is where I am coming from, that probably this has been considered. Okay. I haven't seen any culture, tribe, traditional, whatever, anchors of our society that says that the LGBTQ and all its expanded form, we own it. This is our way of life. Protect us. No. And in macroeconomic policy, who formulated policy, you cannot do so holding constant the culture, beliefs, values, and aspirations of the people. Because what we call in economics, fiscal policy itself is a history of the people's culture, beliefs, and all of that. Because if you take that away, that's not going to work. Okay? There are countries, as I said, that if the Ministry of Finance was mindful and really wanted to offer professional advice consistent with evidence on the ground, there are countries, including Nigeria, who have passed these kind of laws and they still continue to do business with the IMF and the World Bank. We can talk about Kenya. We can talk about Gambia, Zambia, Chad, Egypt, and the rest of them. Okay, so where is Ministry of Finance getting their data from? What studies have they done? The reality is that given that the West, with their appendages in terms of the IMF and the rest of them, are more prone towards these things, and even in the US, LGBTQ is so pervasive, like the way the media makes it look like. States are still contesting, and the rest of them, okay? So I personally, based on the evidence, wouldn't have advised the Ministry of Finance to do what they did. You would have examined the data, you would have looked at the various scenarios, and clearly, I don't think that the first resort of the IMF and the World Bank will be to withdraw from this country. It's even not in their own interest. It's not in their own interest. It's African countries who largely have mismanaged their affairs and other developing countries that have equally made the World Bank and the IMF very popular. We have been going there very often. We have made them popular. Okay. So, of course, you cannot say that just by ascending to the bill, there will be consequences. But I believe that as a nation, there's a price you have to pay to say you are a sovereign nation. If you don't take certain decisions, you lose respect. Then your nationhood, your sovereignty is of no value. And the rest of them. So, yes, we are sympathetic to all of that. Part of Ghanaians are in there and the rest of them. There are enough provisions to protect and reach out. And I believe that religious bodies, in fact, the Church of Pentecost, the others, are already reaching out to support that community. That is what we call inclusivity. So it's not like somebody is going to go after somebody or this or that. That is how I see this whole thing. Yeah.
Okay. Na dia yen na ehye se many material for the better was here. Alternatives are available. Enti na as again ye di kind hu because okay o krata no kra na some of the monies na wo kan ho so no say it may that is some kra wo nya sure say
you don't do that.
Yeah.
When you do that, you give yourself up. That is something that is not professional. It's a very narrow position and it's emotionally driven. And an institution like Ministry of Finance should do better. When you do that, you undermine trust in that institution. Can you imagine the next time Ministry of Finance issues an opinion? How are you going to relate to it?
Yeah.
Okay. And America says, you can't say building institutions. Institutions should be mindful not to be allowed to be used in such a manner for parochial or whatever limited interest. We have interest in people. There are two main economic command heights of any country. You don't mess it up. It's the Ministry of Finance for fiscal policy management and other interventions. And then the central bank. These two institutions must be regarded, must be given the ultimate respect, which also means that whatever those two institutions do must be done in a professional way. That's what we call building institutions. Look, so ministry is saying it has to be interpreted by the if the Supreme Court upholds the tenets of the bill, then what becomes of the opinion? The reality also is that yes, one of the Ministry of Finance, LSD,
Yeah.
how much is it?
That's 3.8 billion.
Can you imagine?
US dollars.
Can you imagine? This country, through corruption, annually, we lose more than $3 billion annually. The amount the Ministry of Finance it will come over a certain period of time. But this country loses more than $3 billion annually through corruption. And let me tell you, there is no country that can devise an effective economic strategy based on it. Oh, our president was right. We celebrated it at that time. You know why I'm saying he was right?
Mm-hmm.
In 2018, our sitting president openly declared that Ghana is moving towards an era of living its life beyond needing aid.
Yeah.
You heard a mantra, Ghana beyond aid.
Yeah, Ghana beyond aid, yes. In here, can't want some kind of.
Who say, you are looking at this country living beyond aid. God has given the opportunity. Why are you running away? This was what you asked for. And I want to understand.
Yeah.
This is the time to rally the country behind and say, let's cut some expenditure. Let's deal with corruption. Because aid, it's not going to be there for the foreseeable future. Whether we sign the LGBTQ bill or we don't sign, aid is declining. It's no more there. The developed countries, they themselves are also challenged. There are competing interests. They are struggling to fund the war in Ukraine. Okay? So how much money are they giving us? Ask Gorbachev, reach out to the European Union, ask them what is their total budget for Ghana this year. US Vice President, I'm saying also the money. Osha Galam say, they destroy our environment. We are losing billions of dollars through corruption, procurement infraction, and the rest. We are losing so far more than what the military is talking about here. We are mentioning on the minor. That is not to suggest, he said, we should reject the developed countries and their assistance. No. If we are to live in this world with wisdom, okay? And that is why God himself did not take evil away from this world. Christ would have made our life maybe much more user-friendly the way others would have wished. Kill all demons and the rest of them. No, he didn't even kill one. Bible says that he only cast them away.
Okay.
So we can coexist, navigate our way through, but we must recognize that aid is not going to be there in the proportionality we have seen over the years. Aid has been declining. You go and check. Aid has been declining and the rest of them. So, and if you look at the perspective of the developed countries today, if you look at the perspective of the developed countries today, the aid they give us today, they are more in the areas of technical assistance and capacity building so that we can be on our own. So they are investing more in public financial management reform, procurement, capacity to generate more revenue. Those are the things that are attracting their attention now so that increasingly the country begins to generate more revenue. And if we use them prudently, we can also be on. Because they are tired. There's aid fatigue. It doesn't matter that Ghana is a donor-darling country. The point is that aid has been declining. And the president knew that when he declared Ghana beyond aid, he did analysis and all of that. That is not to suggest that we will reject aid when it's given to us or we pursue anti-aid policies and whatever. But the point is that the best helping hand that we can find as a country is at the end of our own hand.
Okay. Now, what shall a president and on also? I know this I'm better just say, Wakase, I didn't quite decline and mamma on the table. So, number 2, and Nipa be what is a Nipa be the court into or change the decision from the Supreme Court. Ufa ministry news statement na a woman. One more suggestion, one more car say a bay or man penny so kakran and Nipa be including CSOs.
It's a matter of choice. If the president wants to do it, he will do it. Okay,
yes. Make
When he said, I'm a president to sign, and now some people have gone to court.
Aye, my can was some crowd radio so.
Master, you are the president. You have a history. Nadia, I gave you one when I was here. And you can say, no, the penny I won't feed you. You can say, you shouldn't do certain things that opens you up in a certain way. On your channel. It's not born out of wisdom. Maybe that's what I was saying. The reality is that if the president doesn't want to sign, I mean, that's up to him. He's on his own. But the point is that we should live as one people. We should reach out to the LGBTQ community, whatever support we can offer them. Some of them really need support. Some have been lured into this kind of things. They are struggling to come out of it, and the rest of them. It's not only here, even in the US, in Europe, the psychological trauma, the mental health that have come along with it, and the rest of them, they need support. And I believe that the churches, the religious bodies are ready to support them and the rest of them. So let's look at it from that perspective. The president will find another reason why he won't sign now. As for the Supreme Court issue, and the Supreme Court, I don't know, I'm not a lawyer, but I'm not sure the Supreme Court would interpret a bill that is still within the custody of Parliament. It's not yet a law. So I don't know whether the Supreme Court would want to do that or whatever. That's up to them. I'm not a lawyer, I'm an economist. But I'm saying that if the president's basis for not signing now is because of people who have taken it to court, you should just remember what he himself has done. So it means that if the president really believes that this country ought to be protected, our cultural values, religious beliefs ought to be protected, and the rest of them, he will sign. Because when E-levy matters so much to him that it didn't matter that there was an issue in Supreme Court, and he signed. So that's what I'm saying, that is all of this is helping us to know who the president is and what he stands for. So it's up to him. And as I said, hello, let's understand the context to all of these things and why the NPP should examine its position carefully on this matter. It was, look, this LGBTQ discussion has been around for some time now. During President Mills' time, if you remember, President Mills' time, he made an open declaration that he will not go that way. That was a leader.
Okay, internet just say party no, it say party as a whole. One to me, my one stands. I was how way.
It's important.
Okay.
It's important. Nyame can say it's not there. It should not be done because of elections. Nyame can say the party, its manifesto, its philosophy mirrors who we are.
Yeah.
Our constitution mirrors our culture, our values. In fact, that is what distinguishes one society from the other. And we can't have one size fits all. Or some people believing that a certain culture and way of life is more superior, and that is what must be adopted by all. The world itself will be unsafe if we want to go that way. Qatar, or supposed to wake up. Now they all went there to play the football. Then from Mill's time, you can talk about Muhammad's time. This discussion has been there all the way. Somewhere 2018.
Yes.
The Minister of Education launched a certain policy called the Comprehensive Sexuality Education Policy. Do you remember?
Yeah.
Look, that all of that is what created some kind of awareness that something is happening. And said they were going to revise our educational curriculum. Do you remember? In this country, 2018, that revision it was largely to infuse LGBT things in our educational curriculum. The churches rose up. Do you remember the Anglican Church and the others? And our traditional chiefs and the rest of them, the chiefs, the custodian of our customs and the rest of them said, no, that's not the way to go. Do you know that up to today, the new educational curriculum is not published in textbooks? If not, when people check and all of that, Ghana has actually been listed as one of the countries that had agreed to mainstream LGBTQ in our educational curriculum. Check at the UN level. Is this NDP government? Is this NDP government? Anything America says, let the party examine its own posture carefully.
Okay.
Because this thing is bigger than one party. Oh, now they are dissenting, so all these excuses and all of that probably may be leaning towards the soft side of the president that people have suspected all this while.
Because you can say you change Supreme Court in the Quran. Every ben Supreme Court to cry the BD as some Quran, and I will came pono. Supreme Court na de enya emba mbeye mrana. One more afa I shall say ombe interpreti baby di amaye. And I say one more crana yata say one more court no release ben one more siki say Supreme Court and yet I just say somebody be I be o kakra.
And I make us a president Nanka someone me on senior his own history, pronouncements, statements, and all of that. Because that is how he will be remembered. And then the party also should examine its own position and all of that. Whether we like it or not, in the run up to the 2024 elections, the parties have to take a position.
Okay.
The parties have to take a position. And the rest of them. So,
all right.
So it's up to the president. Some things are very symbolic and all of that. Independence is not once and for all. It's a journey. Is that okay? It's a journey. So let's also do our part, just as our forefathers did. They paid the price and all of that, and left Ghana for us. Let's also do our part and all of that. Let's ask ourselves, how should society be organized?
Okay.
There may be certain trade characters that we consider to be this and all of that. How do we reach out? How do we support them? How do we, and the rest of them? God in his own wisdom. God loves sinners. He hates sin. It is never God's idea that people should die in their sin. While God loves sinners and hates sin, he doesn't want us to continue in sin. So that is why in Titus 2, verse 11, the Bible says that for the grace of God that brings salvation has appeared unto all, teaching us to say no to ungodliness.
Okay, Prof, me passion media hoina me bisa say. So say akoba say ebia yadru the last point. Okay, say mo bia ye won bia na yenya anampo say Ministry of Finance for sika wo mo say ye behwere no. Say ye hwere a e de ye bekwa onyenyi abem ye bewu ana ma ne beche.
Yengu nyame obo ye no o ma yengu. Master, in fact, out of that necessity, something good will come out. COVID by no say Africa, you be palm if you cry into the sour bonds. Here we are. Nobody's plan is bigger than that of God, who has the ultimate say. It's in God, our national anthem and everything. We will call on God. Not only that, we call on God. It should even say yan sign ekra. Na say anye ekra. Na say start 3.something billion on the my ekra. Let's resolve as a country to do the right thing, because aid is never going to be sustainable. If we bow today, do you know the next thing they will bring the next time? And then what makes you a sovereign nation? Hello, what makes us a sovereign nation? Okay, let's go this one. Do you know what to come the next time? And the rest of them. And for me, that is how I look at it. I don't have hatred against anyone or this or something. I was born into a Muslim home. I started as a Muslim until Christ came into my life. So that is the background I have. Okay, I don't hate Muslims. I don't hate other people. Traditionally, we are one people. Okay, but if we all come together and say that certain things are more or less affront to our culture and beliefs, our way of life is destructive. This is how the majority look. Where in Ghana can you find a reason for this kind of things? And now when I'm saying from our traditional rulers, our house of chiefs, religions, whether Islam, Christianity, traditionally, or whatever, I believe that all these things is what define contest and diversity in the wisdom of God. Okay.
All right.
So let's recognize. Look, let me tell you, the world itself will be safer and better if we recognize this diversity rather than imposing a lifestyle or a belief or something. Even in the US, they are contesting it. They are contesting it.
All right.
Now it changes with regime. Donald Trump, not for what, not what LGBTQ is that.
Okay.
When they go to raise the LGBTQ flags in their embassies when Trump was in charge. So even in the US, it's not like something that has really is like this or something. I mean, so please, let's make progress. Let the president examine his own past and examine what has happened in the last 2 years or 3 years since this discussion emerged. The broad base, the consensus, and the rest of them. And let the president, he is there to reflect the people. He is not there for himself alone. Maybe by practice and conduct, that might have been elevated, but he is representing the people of Ghana. Good morning. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. God bless you too. You know, Professor Godfred Buckman. He didn't need the Papa Buckman. Or your economist and professor of finance, you didn't come on. I say, I am to your dream. And finance ministry, one minute, the Baba too, John Quabana, send me check here. Africa, ha, one more, one might just say, Emre, ya two mono. So, we'll call a Google search crana. Algeria, Cameroon, Comoros, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Guinea, Liberia, Malawi, Morocco, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, South Sudan, Tanzania, Togo, Uganda, Zimbabwe. Uganda for the end, I'm saying, a mudden and all. Burundi, Chad, Egypt, Eswatini, Ghana, Ababeka, Mauritania, Libya, Kenya, Namibia. There be said at the parliament at Yatumiti, a maya hodoa parliament at Wamo, a share Samarano. It is here, can say, Yasha sign the inside. Sudan, Somalia, Somalia, Senegal, the Gambia, Tunisia, Zambia. Into woman did Diana no move.
Baby crow or Bamsa Madagascar. I cried the Upromo to Yasaw. Your best sound.
Me say, be the American in Bagona say, Sir, international bodies. Sir, Abrofu is the best. I must say, now, you two my music are crying family. More family, as I say. More family, as I say. To myself. Ah, and I'm more better than what you must say. Moya LGBTQ against him, moya anti-LGBTQ. And there's a mutual pass there. And she say, yeah, no. And she say, yeah, say, you could do a musicano. The other parliament, yeah, the BBC, she man. But some moment, but when I you. And only the moment when I'm Mrs. Aquan, dear, Meshi. America for Aqua, and America for Aqua. A man who will be so 8 hours at the door. And only the woman will be in the right, the one the mother of more Becco. By yan, you see, yet here we are, was it a 100 dear. Best I wanted dear, a young yakum summer on the Meshi, a warmer side. But having said that, then Americano, as you say, you see now, but now yen share no many ye. Now, on my penny. Yeah, man, called down the table. So, yen lead the processes, no. Now, you was okay, I didn't, and I'm half. I could do, I say. You could do the final destination. Sir, on my penny, sign and ask was on sign. But Supreme Court, excuse me, dear. Me, mijituma enye say Supreme Court excuse ne dear omabenin ebi wo de obesan asan won san so aka kire eno anu ya move forward ye kwa anim ye obi bi fufura ne aye but say Supreme Court excuse ne dear ne dear na yi lebi amafa go Supreme Court so your question sign we dey say nche kura okay babna dale otena Independence Day o nti o bonyo ne kakra yes Edazama kasagu microphone na mento
asam na eda ho no
aye de
ante Moses fo amoni eka say ade na eda ho no no say ye ne ya anyere ye ho na ya resist o mo be penetrate
resistance ne ye den
ya ye ne
sa ko no gidigidi na me pe no
ma tell ye be ye gidigidi
gidigidi na me pe no
ye be ye
gidigidi ni too emotional
ye be ye gidigidi ye be ye too emotional yes ye be ye gidigidi ye be ye beta ye be ye too emotional ye be da from ye be ye hu fin we will resist with our blood.
That's right.
Ye de moja begu etasa de we so
osi form ni kwa no pe say your friend with this latest development, you know.
Yam pene no metra say esese mpanimfo no te ase say with this etese wa bo abrewa nana obeti adoma nkomasem won no free da Muslims Christian really nananum ayemfo obi atia LGBTQ yempe wo mujumedi
okay mama ko amane so
he will fight them
honorable Kobenya witru. Honorable Ebi Efusaini Sagnirigu Mrashobejeni. Honorable Mache.
Me just to be sure to you.
Ejeba Josepa, yeto kache. Bibia boko.
Omana ya basa na do no ni nipa onu sa di LGP.
Na do ni nipa de.
Me vice president. Mo person omuji LGBT.
One more person omuji tum. Oh. How?
Asa de ko ni nyina masa. Ye ndada obi awo. E na na akufo ado. We de ye Ghanaian se plan nukre. Anukre ni da ho a masa. Ye si owo da ho a. Won wo se owo da ho ko ka wo. Eni se wo ko consultant o be je o ni obeye. Owo da ho kumu. Anukre ni da ho a ye kwara ye pese kasa ye pese ka ni kure nya ko si ya ka do kure aye nana akuko ako asem da ho ye pese
obasa openly omampania kasa dia fa ho okoshi asofo ewo religious body see I think the northern region ho ba bi okan
okoshi asofo wo pese o kacha so mi di dia tum mi ko make sure je baba ebeba okoshi asofo ka ta trouble even the only nya who consider on top. Who bet to that temperature? Who call it on top of some the dead moment? Now, who calls the open of yet? Where are computers? Or I did the interview with General Time. And you know, it's going to happen. No, it's going to happen in the Bano. Then, yes, move from my anymore. Then another is bound to happen, and in never. So let's not be surprised. For culture of Omunia civil society, near advocacy for gay and lesbian, and in never. So when you matter, in spite of the fact that overwhelming majority of MPP members, they don't also like it. But on new leadership, they are trying to point it on Ghanaian. Up to now, I didn't talk about now. Why am Muslim? What you have a position on the matter? Why is in spite of the fact that
now position there, I am now more calling for amount for position. You know, how does the position got to do with the law? Say Parliament, Madiatum, yeah, say or man penny, a book could do the table. So now was science obi position, no, I don't know at the end, Beba.
Don't blame anybody. None of people and his bad president. They take full responsibility for what is happening. And Nana Kupado, as president of the Republic, near all to say or study bills into law. Whereby because you introduce you take your time, you introduce the issues one by one. Matter, it doesn't be the first question. Law no, I do Nana Kupado that as we speak.
But also law na there.
Parliament I do Nana Kupado that and I am here.
But according to a friend of mine, can say Henry, and that's what draft department of which you are aware.
Even in his own statement, okay, and yes, sir.
Yeah.
So what law is he talking about? Sir, they are challenging the Supreme Court. No, then we are challenging the Supreme Court. What see, a citizen has gone to court to challenge the law. Which law? Matter of fact, law bend the council to the challenging. Come back, they bend the one of to stand this alone. When sir, Nipa person your body. No person cut a body. Especially on this matter, Yakupo bed giving to Nayin out. Yakupo Ginana Kupa to the whole Ghanaian, everybody seeing him. So even when the law is not yet even before him, what his intention not to stand the law on pressure was added. Matter me the three laws there or the to Parliament, he was preparing for this particular law. Because on pressure was anti-gay bill. So he wanted to take the pretext. About no Mansani lost it. Then, after no appear openly for everybody to see who and out of ways. What contemporary Advocacy said, gay and lesbian activities is bound to be accepted. It's bound to happen in Ghana. It's bound to happen. It is coming under the system. It's in you said, Lord, the airport, and you're doing it. One son. The Nippon challenge was Supreme Court. What law is the challenge? How do you know for you to go and challenge? So it's betraying the intentions of the government. Let Banana Kupado and talk about it. And you're very clear. So if there's no law before you, it's not before you for you to attend to become law, you are not accepted to any deal to become an act. Which act are they challenging? Act by normal challenging in court. When was the matter passed before the Supreme Court? Because it was last week now, I don't know. What matter are they challenging before the Supreme Court? Yeah, take it to the yeah. Hello.
Okay.
So I'm just asking this question. So, it doesn't make sense.
Okay. Now, Bepacho, what your finance ministry statement everywhere banana? Woman, I know Krana, one more air catcher and say beer. A soon son so bonny, I pass him than the baby.
Mother, finance ministry statement. Mother, you don't tell me a question. I just want to say I have finance ministry statement. When I saw this statement, maybe you are in the media at the moment. Now, meeting in the media man before. Some finance ministry statement. When I saw it, can you tell me? When I didn't come into so act, because any statement coming from any public institution, that's to be said.
But unfortunately, we the woman sign.
Matter. And so you can deal with an unsigned statement from a public entity and say that they are authentic.
Yeah.
It's a fake statement. Because any statement coming from any public entity which is not signed, it's not a genuine document. You cannot deal with it. And Kayeta will be inside either the minister, deputy minister, or spokesperson, or advisor to the minister. Somebody will sign that statement, and then it's to as legitimately representing the views of the ministry. Who signed that statement from the finance ministry? It's a cowardly statement. Somebody just issued. And I'm said that statement doesn't carry any weight. In fact, it is nowhere the paper is written on. Until we know who signed that statement, who is authoring that statement. As you see now, because of the said, who issued that statement? Let me ask them. So, Mother, who said there's a whole panic in the system about this LGBT. There's a panic from the president, the vice president, ministers, the whole government is panic. Because the young people person, Ocho said, only people in your people, or see what we are compared. If you move against what on your people see, he will reveal you for everybody to see who you are. It is when young people did not have MPP government, a year or two, not the kind of government we have today. God is revealing them so that every Ghanaian will know the true character of this government. That is what is coming out. And remember, with the church, in the days coming, we will see more things.
Say, and common a saying our minority, more mafem, which a sequence of events, said the normal call, statement from the president, from the finance ministry, as I would describe it, say you fake. Any dia, any pebi eka, saying and common a cause or minority of them.
Matter, we have already questioned this matter. Yeah, Mr. President. Number one, as you get bills, I'll do the best. One question, when did you get this best? And has he signed it? Because you say, President yes, it's not law. A bill does not become law until it is passed by Parliament and assented to by the President. So if the President does not confirm it is not law. And as far as we know, and yesterday, that don't see that. My good friend, Honorable Antonio Maki. Okay, it is not yet there. So, anyway, what are you signing? What are you contesting in court? And you papa with the same president, your president, the same president Akufo-Addo. Matter, Mr. Hu, now, your parliament contesting the Momo bill. What are you doing? Hello? Hello?
Yes, Honorable.
Do you remember the Momo bill was contentious in Parliament?
Yeah, me aware. Say Parliament passé no 29th March and now 30th March. MPs ni be the call your 31st March now man signing your assent here.
Before the ELG bill was passed, 3 of our members in Parliament.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Assembly and that's of course. When the majority said they had passed it, the next day, immediately the next day, echoed Nana Akufo-Addo was signing it. Listen to the same man, the same Nana Akufo-Addo. 3 members of Parliament were in court on the E-levy. And that's of course, the court didn't hear the case. Nana Akufo-Addo signed the bill, even though he knew he was in court. The same person who is telling us tonight, that is before the Supreme Court. He's waiting for the Supreme Court. Why didn't he wait in the E-levy case? And he went and signed the bill. The same president, when we double standard hypocrisy. The Nana Akufo-Addo is LGBT.
Okay.
The E-levy bill, the bill is before Supreme Court. So he will not sign. The E-levy bill was in court when he signed it. The same president. So have you seen his double speak? So what I want to tell you now, yes, there's no sense in any of those things that they are doing. It's because they are swelling themselves. Not the book of Obi what has happened is that the way it is for me, the exposure is rather getting worse by the day. And in their ability to react, they are swelling themselves left, right, and center. Because till the one time, there's no even bill before you for you to sign. So which law is anybody contesting in court? if you have to wait a Supreme Court to see through a matter, the same people of the E-levy, as you speak now, that it has not been adjudicated on. Now he has taken the E-levy bill into law. So E-levy bill, which is more important for Ghanaians. The Ghanaians inclusive between the E-levy and the anti-gay bill, where they place for priority. I'm 99% of Ghanaians will see the anti-gay bill as something that affects their life. So when any NDC assembly, in fact, in Parliament, the bill was passed unanimously. Matter all members of Parliament are united on this matter. You see, President Kapa, when he said want to be born, he can't play the MP card. Because many virtually all MP members in Parliament don't support this attempt to keep the bill. In fact, if they have their way, they will tell him as soon as it comes, one sign it to make it law. Because that is what Ghanaians want. And I'm telling you that matter on this particular matter, if we have to mobilize tens of thousands of millions of people onto the street to make sure that it will never be killed. Let any person or anybody go to court and attempt to kill this matter. They will hear from them.
Okay. Honorable ABF Fuseni, Anopaya that say Pani command yedi. Yamin Shroud, Yanim Rashabajani Sagnirigu belonging to the minority. Onuna Yano Edi and command Yuguso. As I say, Samia Babigu hey. Jane. I will have found a subaba na yedi ho and common. Okay. Sale, independence in Inti. Fliban Kakram.
May co-president.
Oh, co-president.
I see a quadrennial says Martin.
Yeah, quadrennial home.
And then the echo. And then the echo. And they're quite in a cocoa food. And you're better because you're very near bread.
Yeah, bread. They do holiday and so.
Yeah.
Before we do holiday or had pa.
Na my daddy, I don't watch na your holiday. Emma yene na det yes I holiday maybe no money yanka.
And then uncle no. That's a holiday in that's all.
And some mama because independence holiday na say 2 days here. Kanya she.
And can na net sabas say.
And na me tell one say a independent day.
And can the enkodane pe and a year mom.
Say drew one pona mama ya 1 week holiday. Sanka ye. Independent holiday. Nanka ya 3 days.
Ghana nya 70 years I ben sir. Ghana nya 70 years I ben.
So 1 week
Sine so ha kwamna.
Majari ochina nso na National Cathedral no. Yeah.
Ochina no your official commissioning of the National Cathedral no.
They aduma ochina.
Okay.
And official
commissioning.
Oh, commissioning.
Commissioning.
Yeah, commissioning.
Ochina akwamna waka me.
Rade aduma ochina. And that's yet in Communal Bonibia and Sia.
Okay. It's Ochina your back commission.
National Cathedral.
National Cathedral. Okay. My official commission statement. You know.
Mr. Speaker, work on the National Cathedral is progressing speedily and following the program of the contractors, and with God helping us, the National Cathedral is expected to be officially commissioned on March 6, 2024. Upon completion, the National Cathedral will provide a sacred space for formal religious activities of state and symbolize the enormous contribution of faith to nation building.
Finance Minister, yeah, dear Finance Minister, that's say. They will say, "Na Ghana Fonte, na one woman say na commission ni baso." Me pacho Monte di na matiwa ha. Amna ye yinti no.
Mr. Speaker, work on the National Cathedral is progressing speedily and following the program of the contractors, and with God helping us, the National Cathedral is expected to be officially commissioned on March 6, 2024. Upon completion, the National Cathedral will provide a sacred space for formal religious activities of state and symbolize the enormous contribution of faith to nation building.
Finance Minister, that's you. That's it. Kwabna?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, ni ampontem ni yankoi.
Mate, me kwana boy ne susumi wo ye na express.
Opan watade ade be kono. Official commissioning of the National Cathedral.
Grandpa Chana do mpabo ya mama.
Oh, na wo je omi pa bana.
Sen na wo shane na. Ono wo sham pabo a te se next man. Owo bebre. Ados ntime jiwe. Na me dia ma ate me.
Wapo. Wapo. Where jadi aseme? Eti. Asemo. Okay, we dey me anya pomuden wonsem. O kire holiday na ye dey akoyodu ye home. Dr. George Siama, Medical Director C4C. Doc Martin.
Yeah, ne o ma Jerry.
Me ba John say.
Adoma me ho ye.
Ye dey nyankopon asem. Anopai ana na otwi ye di si ho a ye ka ho asem.
Yo, me da say. Good morning to Obibia Wanyamre ATA Anopai. Yeah, da Obibia sister bring na ye nyamre na ye di station ade. Edit na ya pom na ye ho de ekoso ni pedua no na nso say yare bi hawa na baby a obetime akwa konya yare hwa eye natural any chemical composition bia wondro ni mu na ebeto ne bo asa so akyerɛkyerɛ ahwɛ organs ni nyinaa ne de ekoso na se organs bia touchma na kyerɛ hu se no na de yare ne eba na afa no ye de yendro account C4C Homeopathic Hospital and Mote Yankee. Your friend, Dr. George Isiama Jr. Now, what you say, you this for condition, your friend high blood pressure and I say hypertension. Maybe I know what hypertension pain and now high blood pressure and I say bimpa now will be our done Bruce one no man and so abbreviano better canona a was so and they have a stadium come on, then I watch in a options are all home any affair so the obetini aya beboa now pressure no apart from ntema emma and koye say unya stroke and I say yare bia the problem at the back if the edikan no akoma no e pompi moja na bibi a pompo ubia no pressure kakra e wo ho enti say akoma no bo a na e pompi moja no moja no I was set a conipediana quani na ye kidney, ye liver, and the account no, and ye no so omit me a hoarding. ɛde ayɛ den ɛdi ɔmo dwuma nti sɛ akoma no ntumi mpɔmpe yie a ɛde ɔhaw ba sɛ akoma no nso ɛpɔmpe boro so a ɛno nso so ɛde ɔhaw ɛba nti saa pressure no a akoma no ɛde pɔmpe mogya no ɛno ɛna yɛfrɛ no blood pressure ɛno ɛna yɛfrɛ no blood pressure na ideally no sɛ akoma no ɛpɔmpe mogya no a ɛwɔ sɛ ɛne kwan sɛ ɛboro a certain range wɔ nhwehwɛeɛ mu no nti nhwehwɛeɛ no akyerɛ yɛn sɛ averagely ɛwɔ sɛ wonya about 120 over 80 millimeters per mercury na mekyerɛ sɛ sɛ wokɔ hospital a wohu sɛ doctor ɛde biribi bɛkyekyere wo nsa na nurse yi de biribi bɛkyekyere wo nsa na afei wa monitor wo kakraa na owie a wasan so de ne nsa ato wo pulse no so ɛyɛ wo wrist hɔ no na ɛno so wa monitor kakraa ne nyinaa no ɔde kyɛke akoma no sɛnea ɛsi yɛ adwuma nti deɛ ɛwɔ soro no a ɛyɛ a ɛwɔ sɛ ɛyɛ 120 no ɛyɛ deɛ yɛfrɛ no systolic nti systolic no gyina hɔ ma sɛ akoma no ɛbɔ biara pressure a ɛyɛ a ɛwɔ yɛ arteries no mu anaa biribi a mogya no fa no ɛno ɛna ɛyɛ ne measure no average no ɛwɔ sɛ ɛyɛ 120 na diastolic no ɛno deɛ ɛyɛ a ɛwɔ fam no a yɛsɛ ɛwɔ sɛ ɛyɛ about 80 ɛno no kyerɛ sɛ pressure no akoma no ahome nti akoma no ahome no ɛwɔ sɛ arteries no mu mogya no a ɛfa mu no ɛne kwan sɛ ɛkɔ soro bebree nti ɛwɔ sɛ ɛyɛ 80 millimeters per mercury nti sɛ ɛkɔboro so a na wo doctor start sɛ ɔka kyerɛ sɛ blood pressure no akɔ soro dodo ɛno nti na yɛfrɛ no high blood pressure anaasɛ sɛ hypertension na kyerɛ sɛ akoma no ɛpɔmpe mogya no koro normal range no so nti ɛde ɔhaw brɛ akoma no ɛde ɔhaw brɛ wo arteries no ɛyɛ blood vessels na mogya no ɛfɛ mu no because saa pressure no nyinaa kɔpem walls no nti yɛmfa no sɛ polytank ɛwɔ fie wo connect ɛyɛ tube no anaa pipe no ma no a pressure no a ɛde ba no ebi wɔ hɔ koraa ɛtumi ɛsɛe ɛyɛ tube na wakɔnɛte ama no sɛ pressure no koraa na ɔden a ɛtumi ɛtu ɛyɛ tube no ɛfiri pipe no ano ɛno ɛna ɛkyerɛ sɛ pressure no akɔ soro nti high blood pressure no nyinaa no ɛgyina sɛ pressure no akɔ soro more than the normal range mepakyɛw yɛwɔ mu ahorow bebree deɛ ɛdi kan ɛyɛ deɛ yɛfrɛ no primary hypertension primary hypertension no nyinaa gyina hɔ ma sɛ your lifestyle. Now, this primary hypertension is standing for about 90% of hypertensive cases. For lifestyle, the way I would do, so when you exercise, so would you Indiana and Chinawoman be brave, and now say, would you cry on to the album Kakana and say, what the hell? Ninano, edit pressure to Akomano so, and in Sanum be brave, secret to num, and in Ninano, edit pressure to Akomano so. And no primary hypertension na activities no any inactivities no and ekofaba and was secondary hypertension the patch secondary hypertension mostly na ekwakwaya say oh yare bi to say diabetes and na kidney problem and now high blood cholesterol na afei no the pressure to akoma no so na ma akoma no ye adwuma bebre na afei pressure no ye den ekosoro kakra ɛno ɛyɛ secondary hypertension. Yɛwɔ deɛ yɛfrɛ no white coat hypertension. Mepakyɛ white coat hypertension no mpɛn bebree no wobɛte sɛ mewɔ fie na sɛ memeasure me pressure no a ɛyɛ a menya no normal but mebɛdu hospital pɛ na yɛmeasure ma me a na akɔ soro. Ɛno nso so yɛ another form of hypertension a sometimes wobɛhia serious counseling ɛna some one or two advice here na aboa wo na pressure no so aba fam ɛno ɛne yɛfrɛ no the white coat hypertension. There was another type of hypertension a yɛfrɛ no maxed hypertension. Mpatwɛ maxed hypertension no waa wowɔ fie a na wokyɛke wo pressure no a wotumi hu sɛ ɛwɔ soro dodo nanso woba hospital na yɛkyɛke ma wo pɛ na afei aba fam anaasɛ ayɛ normal ɛno nso so yɛ another type of hypertension. And there was nocturnal hypertension. This type of hypertension mostly abra wada. Until one say what da na so akoma no bon tentem the friend palpitation no a bon tentem na free to be free and no every another type Hypertension is another deadly condition. Your friend is a silent killer. Not just say, now signs and symptoms. Wait me, sorry. I call you what you make normal. Unya pain, unya problem, yeah, baby. Until say one day a best like you. And until I hear what they will be, I say, oh, wow, no, check up. Now, ya share. Then you're Wakuma no ye, Juma, a coso. And you might be brave, why, yeah, a message problem, a buy and so. One of the major risk factors, and I said, the friend on healthy eating patterns. With the kind, within Piania and China woman be brea. Emma and China no Chino Nipiano, maybe and Chino Biano, and the kind of popular or adverts you or baby, wherever to Glasgow water flows. Senia in China now Nipiano, baby in China better now Nipian, a pin so be bao. Monsieur Bebre so called one, a mouth kumano started to say a year Juma brosodo. And in Chile, another major factor is the problem with hypertension. Lack of physical activities. So you exercise, then also another factor. The pacho more now your activities and non take a crown name can talk a crown pace walking no. Not a one commando so age my ye, not a security and Tiwasha. So about crying in saying doctor to make a try and say, oh, why Nancy Kakra? This one say, I wanna walk also. A command and echo yejima. Into training or kakra training a command kakra or standing pressure via a maomre, not just say, Yanko Poya Wadum, na wawa, a found a sauba. Yes, so I attend no sabebre, any secret bebre, and moi at the problem every artist no anasem tina mujano femono. Now, I'm a pressure or so commanding you so they use more of that pressure. There the problem so about Pacho Cassia be another major thing. So we are Cassia build new body tissues. The tissues now about when piano. I was so yeah so did the people are commando and notices I hang yan again in the I was saying more, the pumping more so that much other couple. You share your weight now and also other boy in Sanom. Genetically, so if you are my papa, and I will push you any do such problem. I was so doctor, not such sure the obey, na ama when ya problem. Yanko Poya Duma, but now a bet was so, and I say now what you better model in common, lay your home, signs and symptoms can clear and the complications, and the obey to me, now pressure and mouse. See for see homeopathic hospital now, what you give me patcho. Well, all over Ghana, your branches were to some extent, so they were part of Europe, area Germany, New Holland specifically. But also, Western region, over to me to any actually a takra the opposite fragile, May spot, our quine hope, and your quine. Or Central region, which Cape Coast in Ponte Musua, what do we need a better a Green Hill, opposite Addison Square Garden. Your branch can see a power. The source of branch can see in the same central region or Aguna or Dobe. So, a year Aguna straight rolling in Port Yamasua, there was Strasbourg Road in Suwa and near Irakwan Kra. In Ashanti region, which are commercial in Port Yam, with the winning better and just so Kwamo Fitemu Junction. Or Greater Accra, and in Port Yam in Army Pacho, for any extra Adenta SDA Junction. From SDA Junction to the facility, and yet there are quite and you're quite a water break. 5 minutes walk now with walk. Under 2 minute drive, so now with all. Your working hours are not time from Mondays to Saturday. You start here 7 a.m. on the dot. Now you're at the 5 p.m. Now you're your services no, and you're in Drunkwani at the mouth. You dry the mouse so a natural homeopathic remedies. Any chemical composition via say a commando and a problem more. You may share a commando near say left side no and a right side no and a commando na aya fear and anything I will go through such problem. Now I feel your monitor na and my directive as to dry and farm out. Apart from your scanning system, you have more nutritional advice. Now when we make a say you know why you can say what the own mind you can say with this certain food. The trout now feel the chrono efficacy no na more than no akosro. Yes, sounds of physiotherapy. A now with me basic exercise in patcho and exercise yeah now with me form, as I always say, a temporary class, a permanent. There's some basic thing I was a Dr. Cho, na ultimate na a wow. And I chose C4C running promo, especially in this Independence Day, from now to the end of this month. A special promo, add-on to your 50% discount. No, and to call your branches, prices no above from partial promo here from now to the end of March. It's a semester, say, baby, I will be an overfund number, fresh. Now, when your special code, no about what you are back as soon as possible. Now, wait to me, I qualify for discount. So, for hypertension, that now we have changed the partial and money how, obviously for the but you was show it again. There's a way I bet to me, I'm out free withdraw one of the so. And now, so let me know my bomb account to that command, a best start carrying into my mouth, some special advice. No problem, I hypertension now, if you so. Number of 24/7. The bet also a 050 0040 In fact, you see number is not fair. They are more special code. Not qualify for a special discount. I am running for this Independence Day March. A 050 0040 C4C Homeopathic Hospital. Yet young dronity at the treatment plans in today BIS and my can say once treated, forever treated. And obey that
Yada say Dr. George Eziamane or the affair poem the moon say will pressure near the no and to say what not I was said they were come about the Biana Brano and so which me na watching your dear one church or the brain and ne anope medical director C4C Homeopathic Hospital. Peter Kwesi Mensa, a member of the NDC Communication Bureau, what's not same. Sarah Naya Dennis Labi. Dennis Labi, Apia Labi, and perform. Ononson Antanase, a member of the MPP National Communication Team. But the message is here, Kakrab FM, na Akwebe Jafono.
Hey, catch it. Listen in here. And you ma beto to dia me baba no hwade no. Twem so betumi a. Now beka. Ya John to mami ensa duku potomanto. This way chocolate drink. Na kan wo hwe afibia so beri ni waware ni a. This way chocolate drink. Na kan sia. We dan kanu to mu ho. Me be mo anu so hye kura dia ka ho. Wo hwade wapi ho. O ka se batete eda fom ho.
This way chocolate drink.
Catch up be baba ware. Ye fi say this way chocolate drink ya sorry anopa no ne yenom. Ye be chef fridge nom no se snack. Ye nya hoho a no ne de serve wo mo. Ye didi wie ne ye pe bibia bogu ya de so a. This way chocolate drink ne yenom. And this way no ti anu a, he se kire wom, kwakwo wom, brick wom, bibia wom, ade wo hia ni so se.
This way chocolate drink.
De wo hia ani so se.
FDA ahwehwe se adwede nkratoe mo agye atum se eye.
Cool, fresh and trendy with a new look. Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you flow. Anytime. Natural mineral water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Radio Mwakwa bed the 100.9. So I quickly my main call me fa messages no na me ma mama kwa ba. Peter, me Mwakwa ba.
Me nua magye.
Eze anope.
Adom ne ahweye.
Eti na me anse.
Na monso
na me adom ko yekro.
Ye ma mo Ghana mountain so. Na emi se na ye nua kwabena mafo ohun say o ye invitation correct me ba dia na esimetri mu ano no aside 6 March na ye come March no china ye special day the long awaited national cathedral no intino ye fa kwan ye so ne atonsa afra adofo nyina
commissioner no ye
mo intino ye no ye free ha de me pesa me de ka ho ne say me srawo man shall white man shall white obra sa cathedral we no shall white kodruwa because a cathedral minua magje ye bubu ajeje for dying any edisi ye bubu judicial training center any edisi ye so wonimu a in fact Malian embassy wonim say ye can in diplomacy on say ye can say obi ahawe ahayi amanfo bi residential area me make asem ye find omo extraterritoriality omo I say Chrono biano no but you kufu ade no ba omi aye wonder ya bubu amodai ana nyame adom ya yi Ghana 400 million Ghana cedis ana sabio ya dia to foundation fefefe and yes see national cathedral enti ye na ye wura kufu ado anam ye wura ba omi anam ya to nsafra safofo nyinada Ghana fo nyinada ya ye wa hade menu amaje menu akwasi ani me nua de ye wie ya ase to san na mo a executive producer wa kire yen se e kwan we bi e ko ye go straight but ye me de me to Ghana for ne ze men sha white o white ya o raba o
okay me fa a few minutes na me fa message see big hey Dennis me makwa about to say
me nua magye adomara kwa yes sadaro mo de ache so nze Peter there o start o di kan to am piano be 30 minutes asana ya kwa kudi komo na
okay
this March na call straight
but Mark I think one of the key things in recent times is the commitment in Ghana man, you know. I think as a country, you know, if we are able to have national conversations and national directions, national directions say on matters because this is a very direct, it has a very direct impact. Local industries, you know, clothing and I can show here Peter Asheni, smoke wash all the machine media, executive producer, Opemuna Asheni, here. I think that you bet me finding means of doing more of these to support the local industries. And no implications are in return, year of return. Any all of these things are I'm going to say boosting Ghana's local industry, you know, very well. I'm encouraging you to be all here and pay say. Ubet me I know a petel and be no a pump. Also no DBI then.
Come on,
no the amount. Now still Lenino, Ghana, Sikaka Akuni Boto, Mama Yabwa, Yama in Ghana.
Okay, me that same. OP can the free go. So now saying another and NPP government have transformed Ghana with a lot of developmental projects. And hence Mr. Mahama and NDC couldn't do for 8 years. So let's not sell our color TV for black and white. Richard Adifria Masamai. Also McJerry, like Arnold Schwarzenegger, I'm back. Therefore, McJerry, I've won. I bet with my favorite tithe and the school fees of my 3 lovely children that Nanado will not ascend to the LGBTQ to law. Listen to the president. I have learned that today a challenge has been mounted at the Supreme Court by a concerned citizen to the constitutionality of the proposed legislation. In the circumstances, it will be as well for all of us to hold on our hands and wait the decision. And say, I don't just on sign. Inti will bet now and call you. I don't just on sign. When CNDC must give the people of this country a break. If transport fare is to go up 30%, we will pay because no government will come and reduce fuel prices in this country. Where your teacher could you trouble them and then say. When social operative for Suhum, or say condolences to the Sunko family of Suhum Ayukoche. Ofurikrum. Also, the electoral commission timetable tells me that they are ready for the election 2024. Honorable Putozo Asochi, thank you. We say happy birthday to Miss Elizabeth Sewen Shabrako of Church of Christ Basic School, Sunyane. She is 9 years from the parents to Inshra Brako. This one says until LGBTQ bill passage, we'll have seen that passage. We've seen that President Akufo-Addo and his MPP government want to use Supreme Court against the wishes of Ghanaians, but Emfa Efyekuma Blood Zongotadi. Wese McJerry, I would advise the leadership of the ruling New Patriotic Party to be very cautious about this anti-gay bill. Let's call spade a spade and stop beating about the bush. Kojo trumpet, tasty aspect fast food, bubuashi. Wese McJerry, in fact, now we see gay and lesbians leaders in this country. Let we Ghanaians vote for them. Vote. Maybe I don't know. Or say let's vote them out of power. But I say one for we didn't know. So didn't. Okay, Felix Abeku, Ankoma. Thank you. Mesha Kasanti Amasamai. I say I don't need any angel or prophet to tell me Nanado is in full support of LGBTQ and his activities in Ghana, looking at his attitude towards the signing of the bill. And we expect Dr. Baumia to come out to dissociate himself from it. Meshach Asante Edifri Eye Ama Samai. When say Jerry, good morning. My name is Jerry P. Inside Abofu. In fact, we have to be too emotional because Akufo-Addo and Dr. Baumia and some hiring journalists want to destroy our dear country for us. Ghana, please let us all raise and demonstrate. Let's arise in a person. Rise and demonstrate against them. Both the NDC and MPP. We say we keep on saying our president is hypocritical and not to be trusted. He is now saying he will wait for the outcome of the court's decision before he will decide whether he will send a signature to the bill. It's not the same president who signed e-levy when the minority sent the matter to court. Eric Uzdada, Odoko. Wese McJerry, good morning. What has happened to gold for oil policy and the price of petroleum products keep on escalating? Obibini Blackman, Summer West. Wese Ajobre, NDC fraternity. Whoever JDM and our Council of Elders chooses, we should take it in good faith. TKD for Spinte. We say happy birthday to Lady Dorcas Vanderpoy of Abeka. Lady Dorcas, happy birthday to you. We say another one never signed to this bill. Because of this bill, they brought Afenyo Markins as majority leader to protect them, and they will send it to the Supreme Court and they will rule for them. Mukaila Jonas said, I'll beg President Nanado to pay heed to the call by Ghanaians to assent to the anti-LGBTQ plus bill before him. Anything short of this will feed into the propaganda that MPP really encouraging gayism. The ordinary people out there only knows that Parliament has asked President to sign and he refused. Mukaila Jonas. Wese McJerry, last 2 weeks Sunday on your station in the evening news, the Fulani settlers in Ghana were being admonished by one of their leaders to vote for Dr. Baumia yesterday on UTV Evening News. Mr. Bugiri Nabuo was also advising the Muslims in Ghana to vote for Dr. Baumia. I hope you will speak against that. Lamte Ken Rashid said, McJerry, good morning. It's so sad that country like Ghana with so many new natural resources and still begging for money outside. Even the Western countries, most of them doesn't accept that. Though their governments have passed the law, I think we need to give the gayism and its cronies a media attention. We are proud to be a religious country. Lamte Ken Rashid. Tema. Where's Mark and Nit FM crew? Good morning. In this LGBTQ plus issue, you can be partisan with it, and you have kids, right? It results will surely fall at your doorsteps in the name of Allah, Jesus, and the gods of ancestors. You can read it silently or louder. It will come to pass. Okay, into what are you telling me? Hmm? Me na wo send me and I will send my wo. Now send my own. When say Ghana is facing two major problems, these are the NDC and finance. If we want Ghana to develop, we should allow NDC to remain in opposition. Okay. When say President Anado should sign the LGBTQ bill into law fast, because this is the same President Akufo-Addo building Cathedral for God. Nigeria, excuse me to say, even some of our women are less attractive, let alone a man. I like Baba Free Madina. Okay. We say I always feel sad when I hear the NDC going around telling Ghanaians that the MPP government led by Akufo-Addo and Baumia have failed. How can a failed government restore the teacher training allowances, which was cancelled by JDM? Eric Wakubu did it. Ampansa, no, Amona Ansa, Edifia Dental. Say good morning, Mark Jerry, please. If Kum Chacha can't be live on radio, kindly terminate his contract and stop. I don't want to say hey, Charlie. Amona Ansa, not always. We say former President John Mahama should stop. Okay, we quite by Wafaki, New Plan Station. Yo. We say, will the president stop the hypocrisy, double standards, and the flimsy excuses? Since when did the president realize that there is Supreme Court in this country? And why didn't he wait till the verdict of the Supreme Court on the e-levy before he signed the bill? Nana said, Edifri Ubuashi. Richfield Achu and Nagili and Yanui Awnoga Dita Agbiledomi in the Volta region. Hey. Mark Jerry, please ask the LGBTQ plus community whether their cars and aircrafts are tightened up with only bolts and nuts, or bolts and bolts, or nuts and nuts. Wow. Okay. Onuzwebisebi. Nana Kwame Opasco say I will urge Ghanaians to exercise patience with President Akufo-Addo in the signing of the LGBTQ bill into law. President Anado, that I know will never accept any intrumus. Nana Kwame Opasco. Honestly, you've not noticed the tactics in our president governance. I have said it, and I'll say it again. President Akufo-Addo and the majority play the delay tactics on the LGBTQ bill and give excuses. Kwaku Shaize, or the free pokias. We say happy birthday to OSEI, Kofi OSEI Kisi, NADMO Director, Ga, Domi Kwabenya Chief of Staff, and his mother, Auntie Mary of Domi Pile 2. We come mensa Domi Pile 2. And the other. We say Kwame Nkrumah Ghana Pani succumbing to Western pressures because of 3 billion, selling our best rights, and this IT, and this it bound to happen. President is refusing to assent it. And also, and we say good morning, Jerry. LGBTQ plus whatever. Is it the only important issue in Ghana now? Because I don't see the reason why Fabina is much interested in this issue that you spent almost an hour discussing it. Okay. Also my regards to Elder Tobin and also to Yomin Kamin MP. We say Ghana will be 67 years tomorrow and cannot boast of to be counted as a developed country. If you go to Israel today and see how their leaders have made a place to make you ask yourself, why is it that Ghana has left behind? Okay, Mr. Tay, go first it. We say the bill will never be passed. They are playing with our minds. The other countries who have signed, what has happened to them? All taxes are signed immediately after it passes. So what are they talking about? Mark, don't be part of them from the way that you are talking. We respect you a lot. All right. Mark said the phrase text and or the obeying. We say today I can truly suspect in that Kwabena. Oh, Kali. Kwaku the free. Kwaku. I mean, you see, okay. I'm quite big for no. I mean, just say about the next leg. I'm betting me. I can be a. I mean, myself. Okay. Nana asa pa me wa kwa better say.
Yeah.
Yeah, me ask go. Yeah, go. All right.
Obata career showy.
You go so.
Na on say odi no and say papa ide oti hey.
Obi ade different.
There be me chira wade. Se wo ko stream. Na se wo hu se obi hye odi ni bi na asedi ni ya pa asedi ashada kemu na oye penyini pa.
Ashada kemu ache no.
Eje so oye penyini pa na je se nyoma wo.
Hey nana ya. Zibi da mabunu no.
Eno na me pese.
We grad almost 4 years in you. Because me call one na because yeah elections no. And na because enti edi ye beto aba 7 December mu ho no.
We dey ya mebusa.
No ma wo.
We dey wadaroma.
Dey ni wo.
Mabiano dey ni wo.
Mapunu.
Ko ase we eneno energy no a different level.
Maza.
Oh.
Nana ya. Tala bra to mutu.
Hey,
because you say mutu Cathedral region.
Masa.
Za.
What oche. Oche. Won say yellow shell bataka. Nya bibia ye tuko ye pa na ye nam kaswa.
Za.
Na ohwe nipa etubedi echi. Kaswa old and new. Mami no ye MP or ne vreze.
How akumsen.
Yes wo patch wo digidigi. Wo bo akra so. Tie. Bibia oman ne dru no. Enye fedi agro.
Okay.
Na wo hwe se ye nam Central region. Kaswa. Ni ko pie Winneba. Ni ko pie Swedru. Ni ewu mu ko Mankesim. Ni etwe mu ko Cape Coast. Ni ko Elmina. Ni masa na nya agro.
Okay.
Na asemu a ye di nam jom eye kakre. Ye no eye practical economy ni ye ho adwuma. The main issue is about the economy that will bring about jobs and cash.
Okay.
Now, because we are going to create what we call the Traders Bank. Now, say import duties, they say no, they what's in one sem dada. And it is one thing I bema traders no importers no who ahin ha womo. And be slogan kind of politics no. But ye ni form for ni bidin komo.
Okay.
The next stop no.
The
next stop no. Udie meka chiro.
E
ho no se ye koba na se wo hwe mfoni a betwegu na se wa pa bedi echi ne hwe nipa dom a bedi echi be pu aba ye nko ye propaganda wo ho. Na se wo ba fie na se wo pese wo sa ka se eye afanu mienu no pe na ekwa ene na ejise wa.
Okay, me that's same. Right, how you need 100.9. Dennis, mamisha say very flows. Yaba beto Jaffa the passage of human sexual rights and Ghanaian values, Ghanaian family values. Yeah, Treasure Mampenny Bessan, and it's a Yanko Dream. They say as we speak, Ministry of Finance, Omo de Crate be by, you name your sign. HM say, your pass here, you've been a problem. Or Mampenny so train Supreme Court. Dennis.
Mark, Medasi Bebre. It's a Ghana man, a Ghana bosom in tea. The Arabian and Comono should be set a page of my seal, a chair of mine, a your mine ye into Anya Shikrano. Yeah, way a match money in himself. Who can't be beer and me a fourth match. I know I TV. I'm say table hand.
Where do birthday?
Mobile jabum.
Where do birthday no better now?
Offering. So the president and I don't see a 29th match. Only a 29th match, yes. Senior. It's at the end of the day, no, senior. I think say in Komo Pamba Kwe here, ASF, BBI can be and it must be say elevated on my Ghana. Anka no crepa. Oh, Anka Sanka abe airtime near TOC pan near TO party. Anka di obi no bi e woni dem de me nua pen enka ye enka efe ho ben anka sanka obi ye yenyi we enti bi da yenti ho panyin sem bi da. And I misumi ojide se Ghana ha no there is a lot of agreement consensus ye nyina from all backgrounds, from political backgrounds, from religious backgrounds. Maybe any free baby no, idea bako common amongst a position when it comes to obane or buying shimu and a bema in shimu. Anka and yes, obi better be best obey politics woman anka we di anka we are on the same page. But senior the political nature of ye mu business na omano ya polarizing eduno. Ade a ye nyina ye adwen wo ho kra mpo na ye pese ye kire se wo adwen ye na wo ye adwen wo ho no wo ye adwen wo ho ndimu yi nti ye nje wo adwen ye na wo ye ne nye den entum ye wi ane yasan so ahye wo kete wese se wo upompo ha na wugina because it is convenient for us and I say ebe me ye nya political vote but me Mark say ye chire on mind say out of convenience and I say ye politics of convenience ade bia no hypocrisy e be betray and every time whenever we have the opportunity, I like us to have the consensus. And I say, you dream back, we say, a gun and tea, and you mean tea, and a yeah, I think, sir, since 2021, and members of parliament become who say, one be sponsor bill, and I say, one be, one yachi, and Bregu was said, mane ma nhyiemu ne mema nhyiemu ne a oma ware ho nsensem kan nyina ye de betu ye chikra o share the history of this country and as o share be a free ba the first time Ghana enya anything that is associated with sexual offenses say when near colonial rule as a near the ye British as a Britain as a 1986 in 1861 law you cannot a team a transfer ba applicable because in a British rule as if you know Act 29 attempted say and also be sexual offenses asem kakra and I said de nipa nkita wudi and nipa nhie mu empem mpemu ho asem kakra beba but na enhye da emboni CP emboni preko nti ebedu 2021 enkomana kokoso a politicians be akire won adwen in times past wona ojidi se enya dia yebetimi afaso o maimu obi aka na adwen but from the first time I lay bill no and I say first reading 2nd August 2021 it became apparent, it became clear say there was a unanimous or a consensus and I said there was a bipartisan approach I dear this very particular topic and I made my monitor situation to the second reading. Say on the 5th of July 2023, second reading, there was a consensus, another unanimous, parliament MPs from MPP and NDC in our Kabum say, map bill no a third reading. Ye do third reading. There were normally a movie ye say we yen film, we yen find shame legal and parliamentary affairs of parliament. Etna say Kabum say okay, we ebeboa, we embwa, yen film ni yenye yenke kamum nembwa ma bill no ensenem fata minu ajawi dia won ne se kabima menka bu na ye ne kabima menka bi na ye no emra ene nhyehyɛ da ho se opese o ye kabima menka bi a sei ni sei na se no okọ parliament there is this approach you must use se ugidi se ade ye no nkyere se o kan na eba be ye ho ye wo nhyehyɛ no uyi bi frima enye yi udi bi hyema anyeden enye yi eno na ehwɛ ma yetimi eboaboa no ama ye de bedi some pempens we. Me as Dennis Apia Labiampo, I think say my kind of several times my personal opinion on this matter say e coming kwa and I say senkenye say nipa de senina na so edin and opese ode ni pese yeso a anka me mfa ho ne de obeye all them but me fa ho say free say me timi fie na wo ade a me mfo aso wo pese wo mfa emba emehye ye nyina enim na onyema enye obi akono na onde de nkrofon so nko de na ehu behia se oman no ohwe 1992 constitution a ede ohyeto yen so se ye be protect your cultural and moral fiber asudie ema Ghana ni bia you would have to be concerned about kwan your moral and cultural fiber no ebiodi because so show me article 11 cra the sources of law and I say baby ye gi ye mra kunu free no article 11 mention cultural laws and I say ye mra a customary laws are ye nananom de egu ho aye de amaye and ohwem three religions nyina so ye the Christian folks, the Islam and then the traditional belief ye nyina ye wi ano baako say enya de betimi eden agye atum part and parcel bi I see actually book na baby wa wani nye den enje wo se yenyi we free no nche se book nyina wo nye den ompe ye hye ya bedu se na anu ada February ya 28 February Ghana Parliament by a unanimous decision we hu hia me de ntia na me pese me stress on unanimous decision na say e kire say Parliament o wura ho a MPP ni NDC mrahye bedwafo omu nyina ka bom agitum say e ya ade a yentimi nsuso so Ghana e ya ade a yentimi mfo so Ghana nti obienu a oto abati a sa bill yi ema sa bill yi e pass on the 28th of February and senior mranity no ye pass bill a ye process side e go through aye nyina ye nim e Ghana say o hwe parliamentary procedure and how to ascend bills ema ne better ne laws Ghana ha we all know and understand nti in community no e be ye edisuam ye nyina na ye nyina acheche ne nya ntiase ye free politics no ho ye wi ese ko president o but ese parliament keka bom ye no ye de so yansa no de akoto president ni edu sam pempen so yi no Ghana yenye content kro Ghana yenye island as much as ye wo ye sovereignty no ye oman ya ye ka ekuokuo bi ho baako ene ye friend IMF ana baako na ye World Bank make chire mu kakra nimienu no ye ka bom friend Bretton Woods organizations from 1944 to 45 eba in place IMF na it is a corporate union ye nyina etimi eko join o join a o right o normal ubetimi I enjoy as privileges World Bank no eye ekuokuo owned by the World Bank Group omo te say bank bia omo mabosia de di kan so far World Bank obi omo mabosia bia no wo de omo mabosia fo obi o wa de bi o ko je bosia no ho be ka che so onye den omo mabosia fa nye o hwe World Bank for enhihye mu a omo timi mabosia se bosia we de ma for carbon emission enwusie na de abomusie mu ban omo timi mabosia se de bo agric ho bra omo timi mabosia se kro we ye ma ne bosia fi se ye nyin gise no ye ne nyoma e ono no mabosia ye timi nye ho hwe wo na ese se wo hwe wabra bomu hwe se akwai o se sa insan we a minim no mu nti no o ma me bosia nti mekoso akonom sana makoje ana menye eno na yen oman ye wo adisuade kesesese adwon se ade a World Bank for energy hu ye ni nje hu omofo musika ye ntena baby to da ehia bi wa ye chen sikanya nti na wa na tena de etia but ono no se oso ma obesande wutimi nye ne ho hwe eno ne ye di kan IMF de bia me ka sa IMF de etise ku ye nyina ye wo subscriptions any contributions ye ma IMF my entitlement to some privileges and some moi as I say mrebi so se ehia mo a on be boaye Ministry of Finance enya ntie say IMF any World Bank enye omope US any some amanman bi enye omudin kita ho eni nje ye mra we ya ye parliamentarians organ nyina aka bom me mom di anka me nkan fa me ho minia ye ne de ye ho ne se we na eye mra Ghana mrahye bejafo nyina aka bom se ye de bebu ye man na de otu US na wani je ho a anka ye fan ho ben na so de nti ye fan ho ne se ye trade corporations ye won hihye ya ye ne omu normal ni omu ye bom currently ebi da so eden e wo ho it one man signal o hwe the spokesperson for the White House and system and all kind say the Ghana pass here it will have consequences IMF nso ama sign indication no European Union ama sign indication no Ministry of Finance ye afutu bia ema president o tu president for e wo ni sika asem ho o hu BBC amageri o te ha o ne o boss wa ha o na o tu boss for sika asem ho won se bibi sei obi ye 1 or 2 bi a o boss ne ni juma oni ni di no so oya ekoso a anhwa sika bi eso de ma boss on fa ma boss wo juma wo ye as an advisor to the president Ministry of Finance no se obetu president for say ade we sei ofa kwan we so a ebekwa ko pay kwantimpo ofa kwan we so ebekwa ko pay anafo no any ade a Ministry of Finance aye so we read document ni very carefully in fact me read the document in the crampo no it sounded more like they are telling the president that on signing tino saying a recommendations one man recommendations in baby no de a command president dia kano eno ye futu we read no say recommendations in fact in concluding part no ko kire say say Ghana and I'm saying in can boom say we ebe mre wo ntino.
Okay.
Yen as a people no. This is what we have to do. As I see sources of financing I be boy say IMF ne World Bank for etwe on side if you the president has a responsibility. Ne dwuma ne emi Nua Jerry. Ne dwuma ne say obefa document na Ministry of Finance yamano. No akenkan. No share recommendations na dey ewo mu. No take the decision that is vested in him by Article 58. I man of the executive powers. Oh yeah, before obey no kwampo no offer document no. Ano anase document no recommendation be do no. Ano say enu mate say ye nuanum bi ani nje emra no ho.
Ah, me de court. That is any offense na
me di si wono ma. Inti me Ghana president na me pese Ghana institutions eye adwumenti no. Supreme Court asem na koto ni obua me so be taking a decision. These are separate institutions. Legislature in adwuma wi, executive adwuma, judiciary so adwuma. Ghana binding krabata miensa no bia won adwuma wo. Supreme Court adwuma wo we mu ne se obe decide one or two bia ama for the akoto nanim. Executive president so adwuma ne se ni nyina akoto wi ne to wi a obe sign eno ni ade a ekoso sesie.
Okay.
The be sre ene se enkomo ye di no. Everybody is clear. Yina President Akufo-Addo kind of very clear. One family say it will not happen under his watch. You got Dr. Mahmoud Bami akwade anka on the best kremoni di anka we kwade Christopher kwade ya na libra kakra o sa normal we and hu ya se ekoho. Yina we have one solid point united as a country. Me and my politics say person e di vote inti ba bia bebeto bia yempoyem na e dia call say de call wa me Nua Jerry empire.
Better same. 800.9 Peter Akwesi Mensa.
Menu ya magje. Wache na mafio.
Ai
pious way.
Saturday wache.
Was
magu company no.
There be say school ya me go shape as say my back. Me friend pious. Last for friend manager. O kai me wache. Di e be do ni how. Yem fa kwan ya yenya iso nchia Ghana fo a. Wo maje bre na yeti wo fidi kesi ye kwa chi pa na menchia menuanom empenfo senior afabranto see ya ne no ana wa tu menua ye Ghana month ye ncha Yura John Dramani Mahama na otwi mu na medwendwene enema bebi hu na asema Yura John Mahama aka ye relative to ebra ye di Ghana month na ayese e was Ghana for yadwen kosa asem no so or say building the Ghana we want together. And to say be a wadwin kosa asem no so a Ghana edi infinsia edusian song 67 years. Asoye musa ye ho say Ghana na ye pe no enu ni ana. Ghana na ye pe. Ghana na ye na ye hope for. Ghana na ye na ye dia mama bi tutu ye ho ne ade etodo bia ye kase ye beacon of democracy in Africa ne ade no. Sa Ghana na ye pe no enu ni ana. E the era mama say building the Ghana we want together. Say ye chitere o mine na ye nyina ye pe no abom. Na meme hu ne say ye nkenyan asem. E ya asem a obrofo kasem no ye beka ne say it stirs up patriotism. Enti no say bia wo ye Ghana ni na wadwen ko sa asem na ye wura mama aka ne so a ebre ya ye Ghana month ya ye dwene oman no ne nkan kone ade no mumie na ye reflect on the theme na ye wura John Dramani Mahama apeke no building the Ghana we want together. Ebre na so say nyina ye beka ye ho abom ni akekere oman no na ye ka Ghana month asem no na awere ho wo hwe the state of Ghana today na ma je onim say 68.5 million Ghana cedis. Titisika 680 billion. Ye di akwa print pasco. And so Ghana man 67 mofra titim abuoso ewo classroom. E ade awro e ade asefem e na obisa won say what is the priority of our leaders? Enti Ghana month na ye hwe ye mofra ne dache. Ye see a tabiri 680 billion cedis. Ade akwa print akoye photocopies and printing of pasco wabra and qualitative form any ade. What is our priority as a country? These are some of the things a brasso say o man ye ko enim no ye behwe so na ye ba ya semu yeah deɛ wɔn ka no LGBTQ ne adeɛ de Ghana fo mu ntie me twi sɛm ne yɛ ka wa no saa LGBTQ na yɛ ka na yɛ di ntunu mu nti wotie mi a me pɛ sɛ adeɛ no nya wo tan adeɛ no tan nti yɛ mbrofilize no ɛdi ntunu mu nsɛm me ka ya on sɛ wani manyinya saa na me pɛ sɛ yɛ hu adeɛ no nti no ɛyɛ adeɛ a edi kan Ghana yɛn culture a ɛfɛ ɛyɛ abomination to our culture yɛn pɛ yɛn tradition ɛnsoso saa deɛ ɔmo frɛ no ɛdi ntunumu nsɛm nso ɛna afɛ nso so religion nso ɛnsoso saa ɛnneɛma wei so muslimifoɔ akristofoɔ yɛn nyinaa ɔman no ɛnyɛ adeɛ a yɛsoso saa amusudeɛ ɛwɔ LGBTQ ana yɛfrɛ no sɛ adintunumu no yɛnsoso so ɛna ɔkɔ Ghana yɛn mmammerɛ mu a yɛn criminal code chapter 6 of the criminal code a ɔkɔhwɛ section 104 na hɔnom no ne yɛka ɛfa saa friend saying ɔbaa ne anaasɛ ɔkɔfa ɔbaa akyi enti saa criminal code no ɛyɛ na amanfo ka sɛ ɛnyɛ direct ɛnyɛ explicit in our constitution talk about fundamental human rights ne ade in our constitution so ɛnyɛ that explicit enti over the years growing up as a child menua ɛnam sɛ yɛn culture yɛn tradition yɛn religion ɛnso so saa nneɛma wei no so no saa di nturumu nsɛm no na yɛ kata so muamuaso asɛm na ɛho den paasa wobɛte sɛ ebi mu mpo ɛtena radio so edi saa nkɔmmɔ wei so hu ɛyɛ ade a na kyɛ sɛ ɛho nkɔmmɔ bi ba pɛ obia asa the way people will chastise you know but strangely and we have to be honest to ourselves in 2017 yewura Kufuor kotna Ajazira oka say adintrumu is bound to happen a free sabre no and adintrumu komo sorry wo Ghana mem ha you see and President Kufuor made a strong statement and that has fueled the conversation of this LGBTQ in the country for some years now or see gone are the days in the Western land no na enkofo bi na ka wo mo hubo mo aye from advocacy groups and wo sorry and wo advocate for their rights and na ema mu a abrofofo no agye atom sa di ntunumu enkoso ewa US UK and yamonone enkronkro bi ekeka ho enti ono no hu ni se Ghana nso ebere bi beso a sankofo no bi ebe sorry na ono akasa gitumu se sankofo no bi ensori wo Ghana. So that means in previous years prior to 2017, we have not had that strong advocacy. Some kophobia timia ka wom hobom omanya kukudro se womo prese ya mad intrumu for kwan ewo krom ha. Enti Yewura Kufuor ka say it is bound to happen when we have such people coming up. I mean ya mache se Ghana fo bedi e ho no kra. Efri se Yewura Kufuor ka sa asam no pa ana sa adintrumu hu komo sorry wo kroma na bi mo start ye na bi mo tumi nya kokodro for the first time na me hu bi da so obi atumi agina TV so aka se me adintrumu ni for the first time no obi atumi agina TV so aka se oh ye ma different adintrumu for ho kwan because we human rights activist me hu bi da mama kan sa ade na tai ha woni mi bi ene elza na me no din komo bi say hypocrisy and dishonesty waba krom han wo ho edu bra nyama na etanya yampe no things that we at home yan kan said ye fita mom nyenyan katasum mu so wo bia entimi pese nya Ghana for time na make di ndrumo no aze ye obi atan time so what you say entimi say efri honom na amafo nya sa kokudro no na me hu bi da so obi etumi anya kokudro say me human right activist no what radio so at TV so amafo kasai mamifo bi mo na me yam krampo hyehye owa asam na yaka ho asam dendene no the danger here is your mofra that you because omunim say yan generation we no we ya ho hwe nyi sa di ntrumu kuofuo no omo botaye ne se omo be say ye mofra no wo suku mu yamma omo kwan no omo say ye nkwala na dwen ye nkyerɛkyerɛ omo entienu mu ana ye nya saa book bi a omo de ba ye ananke ye pese ye de call kan ye curriculum hu wo suku mu a ye nyina ye sorry ya ye reject saa book no na me ka kyerɛ Ghana for say saa book no ma pack egu ho uko Ministry of Education ni Ghana Education Service wa oma pack saa book no egu ho na me ba saa asem no su later enti womo botai ne so mbe say ye young generation enti maame wa sori uko wadwuma so uko wudwam uko wo office wakwada ni ko school na oko school no enkuta ho a okwa akodi wa school mu enkuta ho a okwa akodi wa abonten no woni mu maate obe free school mu aba obe free abonten aba no na nkofuo bi di saa di ntumu nkomo no awurawura ni tirimu a kire ne say all right enti obe fia na obe ka kire wo maame na me filisa me ye bema maame me filisa me ye oba maame me filisa me ne me yonko ba ene ye den ye tena saa de bone no saa musudie no ana saa afuo yi pese omodi be wura ye manu and this ankomo yi sorry ya under Kufuor government and that record must be stated clear say under Kufuor government ye nya saa ankomo yi epeja ye to so biom enkomo ni peja na ye nuanum bi sorry ye say no say ya nya careful na ya sorry entia ya mfa mrakete amesi saa de we hu kwan a said ye wura Kufuor ka say it is bound to happen no na okawie ya yenya some groups atumi organize yom ho so obeka ya magye na nsem baabi eduru baabi ananke ye so mo ba be set yom office mpo ha aye bi mu ko ransack o sin as okay. I'm telling you, and for the first time in our political history we are getting people to get the guts see be set LGBTQ advocacy group e wo krom e bin si da after say you wura Kufuor ka say it is bound to happen. Etienu mu na ye wura mrase badwamfo bi mo eni a Christopher bi mo ka wo mo ho bo mu say no, we cannot sit aloof na ye masankofo we infiltrate na busy and they were motivated by the statement it is bound to happen. Thank God they were motivated by that statement, yes, because ye nyam beside ye ni bi da. So where did they get the gas to come and say yes at the office? Ye wura Kufuor was some say it is bound to happen no and the share sankofo ni crime a mo be yes ade no and na ye wura Sam George mo ye mo sankofo ni nyina abaso any parliament ya wo maka bomu a mo nyina apase sa bewe say ye ma samra we mra ye nsi sa de we ano kura say de be ya wo fa ye se hu bi penti u background wa de wani atonchen enem de ababeduru a na menua na ya babedu no the danger here is that oh him I get come na be na me you nyam ma assemble nyabotara ye wura Kufuor and was signed to this bill na adia tin ya na yete se finance minister the statement abeto abonten na me yamo shame wa hu ba bi ayaduru no ho adako dada bin sam no eya me depase menua Dennis kasa wasi o eya Ghana manti de eti samre yanka niam be ma o man tumpon yati krom ha ya party for a slogan called Ghana Beyond Aid. Senior and be to party because of the slogan be said Ghana Beyond Aid and na ya pass ya dun trumumra na finance minister kuchirin kra tatenten chere Ghana for say ya pass ya dun trumumra na dia ya pa free amono ne yansanka wafa. I was so scandalized when I read the statement. Me yamo se me wafa enya inzo me say enti some people for we pass na omote and be abande o ma di ehwamo wo ma dada Ghana for rough. You see one who tie o enti sa Ghana Beyond na ma just o ka so mo ye party ya two your friend is like Independence Square ye design just say ni nyina dan ko dada dey and they have been exposed. Papa dey tira say ya di framana no for enti say ya pass adi ntumurumra na
but on the most you Ghana Beyond Aid your policy you can't say policy
and tidian na for we ba ya o ma yese Ghana Beyond Aid adunturumu musudie we ya ye koka no aye nyina yesi yempe menua tia so mempe ne ade na yesi aye mmra se entia no kra Afena wo be tre Ghana for say. Uti sika free sanko. Oh me ba oh ma me.
Oh ma me fa no sika mana.
Finance minister. Na some statement no. Ni tia wa twa nyane say.
Eno akọ present.
Oh yes na wa ha. Na wo kohwe ne recommendation na type C no. O ka tre president Akufo-Addo say. Yes raw. Man signing to this bill.
I say a bit. Oh, we didn't know about try. I see a bit.
Oh, wafa. Let me tell you one. The conditions are leading to that recommendation. It is the motive of the finance ministry, and it is the motive of government. Yeah, young kwadao. Many other me catch them people say. You have laid all these conditions and then the processes and the reasons and the rationality of recommendation. And your rationale in your say, oh, did this come from on any phone ho? And this our passes are be we ya, and into music and wunya. And not just one more quadia into move for sika. And this a year Akufo-Addo passes are be we ya, and into move for sika by any enya. And I'm yama shame. Now, let me be Medimanusiano.
Oh, Peter,
IMF, oh, Medimanusi, IMF agreement, no. There's nowhere in the IMF agreement. There's a condition say, a buying of Ghana. And passive any bill against LGBT. There's no way in that. And at the atosumionu, and at the atosumionu, you see, and at the atosumionu, sir, IMF, any World Bank, no, there's no country in the world omoni omako engagement I say, oma pass LGBTQ law, and in deny omo ebia loan agreement be with them. And in national, there's no research basis for this whole assertion by the finance minister. Say, oh, say pass and I say you're Akufo-Addo signing to this bill. You be lose another implication is about $3 billion loans and I say aid from our partner institutions. You know, you be lose. There's no research because in the whole world, you know, there's no country. IMF, World Bank, and your market partner, Oma Lusu Sika because Oma pass anti LGBTQ. Nigeria fire your money, any Uganda, any other countries. And you will Akufo-Addo and any account for. Dear catch your money say, Adia we yempe, Nyamia don parliament a pass. You will Akufo-Addo sign to the bill. The message say Yama court no any idea no. On person who use a Rambo Star strategy. Ni a question court to a na sign na on person or best sign or the kosher court. Yes, now almost say Ghana form person bill way.
All right.
Almost on signing to this bill so that we can make progress.
Now.
Minya. Oh, who send ye omo kasamayi din kama fefe. O kasabe 30 minutes.
Obianga za 30 minutes. Na zana Ghana ke program yapo.
Drew me so.
Do so enti anya 30 minutes but 10 minutes na me my Peter na Australia ya de 2 bi beka.
Peter nya 2 a Daniel Amija jata boom di. Adaroma. Na minya Mark asem no areho wa uye Ghana ni bebia uye bibini uda wona yem 9 months chumu we me stand as an individual na ya tete wo fie e was so real e was asking me Mark eba yen Ghana hanomwa oman bia ewo nia ema sa man no anatima mufuo no eye unique ema omo dance na meka kusisen oman bia won a culture oman bia won a norms oman bia won a beliefs oman bia wo senia wo faso a wo tete na ne timamufuo nia ye friend orientation na se say baby amigine I speak as me Nane Osapon. First of all, as a Christian. Secondly, as some Asantinia, ye womi will stream. Thirdly, say me free I am free. Eba Christosumua. Christosum frowns on sa jumedie. Media ya na mempese mebu ni din kra. Na wohwe Sunday me kwa sorry. Me ma sorry am doma anka say ICGC. Na me papa baako Prophet Emmanuel J. Na sorry prayer palace Pinterest kwano so. Odini birthday am ta call pa me ne me yere. No odini birthday. Na kwasiada no enyo no ne preach you. Ne papa ono so ne spiritual father ne be preach ye. So for a preach we so for beje Micah no atiesi na say yes asem na critical. And he spoke out wholeheartedly against this. And I'm saying that because I'm speaking from the religious background. I was say asofo ekukudam a ewo krom hanyina. Sorry ekasitia sadi. Na ye she ye mam penyini. Ye shedding crying. Say yes, no. They say when you commander in chief. You are the royal head of the Ghana family. Yes, no. Untintim sumayen. Baby Juno, a our culture is against this act. The various religions I belong to, Christianity, Islam, so much against it. Then is because I was saying, "Ana Christo for your libra. Christo ni bien you or your libra. Christo ni bien you or your libra." Me to was here. Me to was here. Me some me come back. Me come back. Debia no na. Amaye afele se ye nuanu muslimi fo no. Wo mo kremusum no eye so strict. Christosum eye very strict. Who need that discipline and that strictness in you? I want to be in your Christoni. And the refi Sodom and Gomorrah. And nyame na boss anko fo ni nyina. And so mo sa asese wo mo yes ade ni di ko nyame ni pasokra no. Die na nyame de ye won. Let us be cautious. I have heard a lot of things. I'm on for the economic hardship at the beba. And say yanyan tumua. I must say 3.7 billion
3.8 billion
$3.8 billion. Minya. Say sika we nye sike biao. Are you sure say Ghana? Say ni yero alanjon kojo chamantin kano. You focus on your industrialization. Now you're beginning to trade among African nations. Africa has the biggest market in the world. Omo cars omo ye no abroche hwia mo neto. Enye bibre mu ha na ewa.
Na say Toyota for kra wo mutimi de beto say womo SUV omo Africa pa no mo toy.
Ejian can food eni nyoma omo ye. Enye Africa na yeto. Era Alan time na owo AU formulate African Continental Free Trade the headquarters abahi. If we're able to focus on industrialization as he is preaching, now you're beginning to trade among ourselves. That 3.1 billion, it is no money. The Bible says, Nyami Shira, it comes without sorrow. Bonsamu Shira biano, bibi bataho, comes with conditions. Inti se ye kwaji 3.8 billion yi. Na ya ba bebre. Ye kwaji 3.8 billion yi. Na HIV AIDS akoswa akosro. Why am I saying so far statistics ye omo de ban and saying about HIV AIDS? Dey no mo see e dey increase na buy. Anya true ya. Hey, my blue red no.
I'm say ni padodo omo yes no, I just say majority of them.
Majority of them are HIV positive. Enye HIV nkwa yare bebre. Minya, na me be raw studio hay. Na ladies be gina ho. Na wo hwe wo producer ya wo ti he ya wo control wo nyome. Omo ye nipa mienu na ti wo hwe be ma ne ti kobi. Na de hwe ba ho ofa bi odete wo. Na ya sapon. Ma sorry. Na maba. Mesi mami mehu. Braya ni tiko dudu tashuriti ya odete wo. Dogo yaro.
Nana ya we.
Na mabe freno. Osiri cry nye.
Abati ya uzi the tiko nye ide. Where papa bi a suspect me say mene ne bag girl e call out. Oh dwabe. And o chose abrati na ni tise Kenya ni na me maza between the tise Kenya ni bia wo.
No Dennis want to be changed. Na ma sorry. Na me jam yira adwo. Na ma bad Dennis ho say me no be. Nyami kra bi tuameka. As for the economic hash, they would always threaten us with it. Okay?
Where have we been? Professor Bob Penecas, I don't say 10 years even Togo, wama jatumo. Eju wama countries now, woman a passe mra, how are they living?
And let me say, I'm not deciding to bring cry now. It would have no significant impact or transformation on this nation if we refuse to focus our agenda on one thing that would change or bring about an industrial transformation. Say ye dream say sike omo dia brain. Na ye di bekoso aye di ye sa woman ya enkosi aga. On the other hand, anye bia no are our executives thinking about political gains? If they're thinking about political gains, then they are making a mistake. Because, Jerry, one name amiti he. MP bia obe sorry akase. Sa emranami engine to nebe twitiano. President bia obe kase sa di we own sign. Yenu wobika. Already no nam kwansu kofi. Yebe pian weti kwa mwa kontem. Human rights lawyers no eye de bia eye mystery. Say omo dia court no.
Sa na yetete.
Na me Chief Justice me di meni na ehwe no. Mene ni nyina na kwa ICGC sakomo no. De bia otie nim. Na ye hwe no. Ye bo nyame mpa ye ma no. Nyame ma na kukuduro. No fan take a decision if indeed yes ye wo Supreme Court. Because this is a test of a Christian faith, a belief in the Bible, and a belief as to whether or not say obey a juma and as obesum nyame. The Bible says that seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all other things shall be added unto you. Intie de ehwe no. Minim so obey de ehia, obey de safata. Hwe. Oko Article 12. Any Article 21 of Ghana's constitution is a about human rights. Now, they be an ye refi. Say, baby, all right, and then all will be left as I say. What you say? Baby, all right, and then all will be so left as I say. Now, people are talking about advocacy. Say, your mom who kind of money who come. Hey, thou shall not sit in the midst of scoffers. That is what the Bible says. Debbie, na me ma ho kwan, ne beka ho asem. Ma Jerry, unim di areho. Me so na me ta hwe Cartoon Network pa. GTV those days. Ye pon school ani abetena ho. Benya say cartoons are benyina. Oma say no. Inti wo ba wa wodo foforo wato o koto cartoons amana. Wan hwe ni yi a dakro beba no be ma pa na wa hye matade because of cartoons are here. People limit their advocacy to just coming to sit on radio to speak or TV on to speak.
Okay.
Yeah, be more kwa mama raise billboards. Almost say freedom of association. We cannot stop them. Freedom of gathering. Marjorie, into who sure say uni Ghana ha. Ena a police for coaching ko phobi say o magada wo baby so mo person yoku.
Yeah.
And any freedom of gathering. Any freedom of association. And any enya e mo. Any association, any gathering that would cause mayhem, violence, or would cause anything that would come against public health, biano, yesoritia, etiamra. So why should we entertain this? When we know, say public health wise, no, sadi we enye, and Dennis, wukwa papa ya zisi opemo vice president BD and Idia by Apostle Oja. Said se me so
no na kase oped
o radio so o na me unim nti uti ati imagine nti unim nti kanya me no kure dey na okay
ba minim metete
o ye Pentecost ni e me kasa asema kiro me
kasa na fo anu si
me to nkra. I would want someone like him who is now moving into mainstream politics to begin to speak as this. He should be an advocate. I'm not saying, I said he should be an advocate. All
right.
Alaji ba umi amechiano. Oya alaji. Ameso ya amadia ni. Kirimusum. Nansi so amadia foso. Radi. So ya amadia ni. Yabesreno. Ne religion as criminino that frowns without any ambiguity on this act.
Okay, but that's an another.
Oh, now Mr. Minister.
Mr.
But just wrapping up. Just wrapping up.
Mama, injury time.
Oh, just to wrap up. Won't say anybody who has written a document, a statement whatsoever against or advising the president not to sign. Anybody who has made a statement telling the president or parliament to do away with this bill. Only according to me for any shares here. She letters are about out in say CDD, say finance ministry, say Hwayong, obi any what me di ashas here.
Okay.
I didn't know. Oh, me then miss. Me fact.
Okay.
Why? Please no.
Even
on that, has the finance ministry not released a statement? Who signed that document? But who signed that document? Me pacho CSO sa omoye human rights advocacy.
Yeah.
One was so be about betro bibi. Back up and about betro statement some time back. Who only akoro sign here? Obi any was sign here. Adintia because on to be crank coffee.
Okay.
On to me ni many. All those human rights lawyers are more moyiri lita or call vetting yebusano.
And there's all doing that no yebempo.
When was that yebusano went to me ankasa? What you say?
But that's
it. Obie ni hwa or ye gan ni moja ewonumu. Nyamisuro ewonumu. Ghana Dutch ishidi trim. Obetimi aba out boldly. Ebetimi aka say and I say. Na ubusa uni across anye bia anti wo ba bema eye bia. Ubejini wo fi.
Okay, me that's now. All right, high and needs 100%.
Let me wrap it up. Finally.
Oh, my time that's time. Oh.
Mesro. Minim se mojume mo fidi amanfo ti. Ye de kotodwegu fom. Ye ensa da ye ensa yem. Ye besre. Omampanyini. Wantna sidin. Na wonhwe saadi. Mane mfanko yese bia. Sika 17 ahochire enti. Ye besre. We de ye me as an individual.
And I stand
ni.
Okay.
And I me panacho. If he said ye kika kono. anhwe ya na di asem.
Okay. All right, but I say, my main focus, and I'm just meeting me and Mama wrap up and say, sorry. Now, we say, and McJerry, whenever you people, that's you and Kwabena Mouthful. I become so relieved whenever you people say it as it is. Kwabena, and you indeed, you are my hero. Fear not, speak the truth. Ambisco Spelele, anti-LGBTQ plus Bill. Anyway, all what I can say is our values and culture must be protected. We say thank you for your educational program, Mark. The slogan "Ghana Beyond It" is a process. We all as a people must help to bring into reality. James said it for UK. Now, Blaze says it's funny how people think that they are smart enough to deceive anyone. The president just asked the finance ministry to issue a statement just for him to use as an excuse not to ascend the anti-LGBTQ bill. And then the about is our speculations already. I'm up for Bemasa. Apollo said, "Good morning, Mark and Kwabena Mafo. Tell Kwabena to be very careful." Mami kwa amano so na benje beti of audio nche 0302243540 0302257902 adaro ma ba no abone tel e dia man be ba cho mache okay wait men na so mache wa
Hello.
that's it you yanko
Majeri Munkaila Jonas ni.
okay
Yo, that's it. Ne you pa wo ye. Nchia Mr. Sanitano. Ibi obi a. Ma Ophelia Mensa Hayford. MP papa mami enche bia na ome minister e Ghana ha. Binu ya bema. Ya besre Ghana for say Mampeni His Excellency na Nana Danko Akufo-Addo. Onimdi ye ena oyema ne ma. Umenya botre. Emaya ma NDC for propaganda ne mu pressure no. Ya emaya nsua sanyama no. Mampeni, there's no way Mampeni be ya dia ebeha me ebeha wo. Anka say oye Mampeni a ontia futuo oye Mampeni a onbon ho adwuma. Se be free SHS or the beba magana for nyina anya school akobi.
okay me dan say me time ni temperature mo to me mo ache
Majari.
yes I tell yanko
Yami asundi nka mu chabojafo na Reverend Asante Chief Director Western Housing na osenya wokan ni senior parliament wo mo. Kakra me kan say na dia bo fide so ameka. Me see National Chairman, National Organizer General Secretary, and now Kumasia, and Puntu Ogusua, and Koto, where Santi man. It's a Ghana from Sramo, and Fossi Achia, Emuya, and Sababu, you know, fair education here for Mahama, so about the Sabbath thing. Meanwhile, someone else can send away. And the school pocket, you know, Baku Haba and Fama at the Hada. And to Kumasia, you'll be a cousin, you mentally and pay.
Madam say, Beba cho me moache. Yo tio.
Yo, you're from Alex Cokutan, Frefi dance my break my west.
Okay.
Yo, Kaka me can say, that and your man a coco so. Yes, $3 million in tea. I say, yenti me and sans adian. Nami pacho, National Cathedral. Tika hen no said $400 million. What will go? Keko, and I don't know.
When 3 billion, 3.8 billion, and no million.
You are right. Okay. Now, opening. Nesadia we makoto say sikagui. Aye, I just before that see a home mabuagu. Huh? Mus o many years sika, and so and once some westis can come basa and for so biama. Transfer mabuagu, la paracret mabuagu. First say James Fishing Harbor. Mako to Amras and also now air pine totom. Whoa, can't uncle for the Misra.
Madam say, maybe I tell me, what do you do? Yes, I do.
Me too, at you for the reality and a mincha, and over queer Fiji, Bookmanov, and our commission in a Jokma. I imagine me did say, near ma, Mompany, or you know, and you need none of it to my but the one agenda so obey, because of share Cathedral ya kaya yenji ni se sika da wa ya ka se yesi ni wanyi a process nti wa sha ase no se Ghana fo nyina gituma bi gidi se mompani bi a obeba so no obetoa so ye hwe kwan a oye na nyinyi no no betuma wi nti se we Ghana agenda se ye pa ye betoa so na ye ka nyina ni se Dr. Alhaji Bawumia odi ne vision abeto o se Ghana fo mo na Kenya ono opedikita abeboa ye nyina gitu and this for say omode omope 24
me da say me ba cho me fa next one na me time need to me fa last one match.
Hello.
Yes you.
Good morning.
Yes sir, be my uncle.
Yeah, I'm back. I could say in a trip with Quatin. You are saying, Papa, Putin, Ronaldo, once again, will be interested in you. So I have one man of cry, once now we know your uncle. I see myself, then you can know.
Hello.
Hello.
About to say?
You see, Ronaldo, the Indian say on time, I do it on your uncle, my wife.
Yo, Mate.
Piano.
Okay. Mate, you be catch no. You be call Jubilee na go bother man. All right, how you need 100.9. So, Dennis, what final comment in your about the total now?
Uma in times 3 and 4 minutes now we see and you feel last good woman is here. Oh, maybe I'm
I can't do that. I can't do that. But sports for the event.
But I think say Minia before I be kono. Yes, starting me can be say you better na you was do strong. And yes, so betiem, yes, obey propaganda, and you no here Ghana for at this point. Share or can be say you are Nanado a cob Aljazeera or can be. And Tianutina, sound way in neighbor. Oh, YouTuber, call YouTube, na bo John Mohammed's conversation at Yale University.
Yeah, Yale.
2011, 13th of June. Oh, we are skipping minute 4. You are John Domani Mama, some of you as a kind. 2011, and I say.
So can I say one be intervention?
Yes, on be educate. I'm on call for etimi ababontin. Abeji one sexuality. So you gay and now when lesbians atum. Asimo kind.
Oh, Sano guy.
Yeah. Oh, you watch the video.
Also one be educate.
Yes. Senior, please. I've sent it to you.
Yes, I have listened.
One be educate. I'm on one sexuality atum. What is it? I said just so you gay and we lesbian. On be educate you. Say the be on be jiatum. No ababontin. Abeka say the be ya.
Say the you bet me intervene ama woman.
I'm on in row.
You bet me intervene ama woman.
Intervention ben.
Intervention ben.
Intervention ben. And brain to say can be identify. What am I trying to say, Minia Jerry?
Yeah.
What I'm trying to say, and I have told Minia Peter say, the show is for education, and yet, sir, guest say Obi Kasana wo Serena wo yes anomano, and boy me intimi educating for.
Okay.
Until let us focus on that. One, say Rajo Mama can say obey education man for ajatum so when you gays and lesbians. Me me because he has made his stance very clear. Yera Nanado Dan Kweku Fuad Amani stance are very clear. And say of Mampenyi Ekasa and Uti Nendra, nowhere did he say on sign.
On cancer.
On cancer. Ushe Ministry of Finance recommendation of the Koira. In fact, majority of it, no to president for say, and I'm say Ghana for say, yem pesa deal into no. One, yem pes sources of finance.
Alternative sources of
finance.
Especially
Two,
budget support.
Good. Two, see mobilizing ye hu ye GR ni hu nkoro ba. It's even Ministry of Finance kratano.
All right.
So reading here, you realize that the position of the country is unanimous. Inti si betena ni adwin say ye de be politics. Minia 2014 times.com report or the buy for Ghanaians were openly talking about they being gay.
That is who flow by me time as
me and find your politics. Ye nyina ye ti enyambransem a etie nyame asem. O hwe Quran mu a it is mentioned over 20 times.
Thank you very much.
It is me mama fancy o yi Mr.
Oh, Dennis.
Mama ti we mfio. Send na odi emba ko.
Yeah, fast.
When say NDC for through Yera Setepe abema na ye clear say one bar free SHS no obetwa mama na dani day for nko a and e be enjoy. Yes, he spoke to Joy yesterday. Yes. Oh, it's online. Just Google it.
Okay, I'll go and verify. Thank you. Maybe honestly, maintain. Wait, Peter, I'll give you a few seconds because we say more far.
I'm a researcher. na o nie no eniama ne enokra no nim kyen bibia enti eye me de se yewura maama asem a okan ye ne ntro no se de o person kutwa fa ho no wa correct no uko Leviticus chapter 20 verse 13 trosem ne say if a man practices homosexuality having sex with another man as with a woman both men have committed a detestable act they must both be put to death for they are guilty of a capital offense. Yewura John Dramani Mahama ejina ni gidie so akacha Ghana for near Christopher na say on support LGBTQ. Yebu say Yewura Baumia obeko contest mu say Baumi Emmanuel Mache what is say Baumia kasa about this.
Thank you very much Peter
Propose I didn't with all due respect. Propose I say omo ye LGBTQ advocate no omo so omo ye human rights no we NDC MPP na ye kan bom ye chata private jet e de amomo ye be momo aduane ye de omo ko Saudi Arabia ye momo 1 hour omo ko ye advocacy was Saudi Arabia so omo to me survive here ye de omo baba Ghana no omo me advocacy
me da say
Saudi Arabia
no go come now ya the time me na sports for now ready pa ya form time na say so
Mark we say we are see mu no o pese ubu obi na pese wo hye no so a na ama no ho eden e kire no nti se uti hoyi wadwuma ye wo boss e pese o ma o control na o ye bibia ebia be 7 months 8 months no ntwia wo ka wo mu a na the 5,000 mi na the abrew wo se na ho ahen ha me boss o pema semu sana brofo no de ye de make an kosi ni say it is time that we agree with Alan Shamantin.
Okay.
That there is the need for an industrial transformation, which will lead to an economic freedom.
Okay.
A bit me ama yen yes you determine nyoma because unim Brony want to gold. And so na chere gold bo.
All right.
Brony sebe you commodities akese a ye wo nyina no. Wonye bi. Oh na then is that there me dey kasa na.
Okay. Martin.
Binya.
Okay.
Oh, Debbie Mark na making. They have taken an opportunity to still enslave us.
Okay.
Inti mesre. The only way out is for us to accept the great transformational plan now. So that we can turn Ghana around. Because
now. And yes, I see. Okay, higher need 100.9. Now, support Medana say from a Afrafranto movement. And Dennis Labi, Dennis Labi Afakwa. Hey, I'm powerful. Dennis Labi, didn't crowd does no. Dennis is over. Dennis Labi, member of the MPP communication team. Peter Kwesi Mensa, class captain or no, and there is a say. I be ho. Me need the Magerios here. Me dey say that could you me ado. I've been free my bank run and I also for me view. Sports for that crowd. Ya me ya domo a. Ochina holiday ochina no. Ochina baba why say. Sorry.
Kaya no mo bujo ni ma no. Ye ko commission national cathedral.
Okay.
Ye ton sa fra do fufu nyina.
Okay.
National cathedral